Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. I still remember the weight of that yearbook in my hands. It was a Friday evening in late October, the kind where autumn's chill seeps through window frames and settles into the corners of old houses. Rain tapped gently against the roof of my mother's Victorian home in Millfield, a rhythmic, soothing sound that had nearly lulled me to sleep as I sorted through boxes in the attic. The beam of my flashlight caught the spine of the book, the gold lettering faded but still legible. Millfield High School, 1987, my mother's senior year. I pulled it from between photo albums and tax records, dust particles dancing in the light as I settled cross-legged on the wooden floor. I'm not sure why I decided to look through it that night. Perhaps it was simple curiosity about my mother's youth, or maybe something deeper, a subconscious nudge toward a truth I wasn't aware I was seeking. The yearbook's cover was cool to the touch, the binding crackling slightly as I opened it, releasing that distinctive scent of aged paper and memories long undisturbed. The faces stared back at me from another era, teased hair, bright sweaters, earnest smiles captured in that distinctive 80s photography style. I flipped through the pages slowly, occasionally pausing to look at club photos, searching for my mother's familiar features among the volleyball team, the debate club, the honor society. Page after page, I studied these strangers from the past, these teenagers who had no idea what their futures held, no concept of the children they would someday have, the lives they would lead. I wondered which of them still lived in Millfield, which had moved away, which were no longer alive. And then I found the senior portraits, alphabetized row after row of young faces. I traced my finger down the columns until I reached Harmon, my mother's maiden name. There she was, her eyes seemingly looking directly at me through time, her smile confident, her whole life ahead of her. I smiled back at this younger version of my mother, this girl who couldn't possibly know she would someday have a daughter who would sit in an attic studying her face. That's when I noticed it on the opposite page in the H section. A face I didn't recognize, circled in faded blue ink. Beside it, in my mother's handwriting that I would recognize anywhere, was my name, Rebecca. My name written next to a stranger's face in a yearbook from 14 years before I was born. I leaned closer, studying the portrait. It was a boy, or young man rather, with dark hair that fell slightly over one eye. His expression was serious, his gaze direct, his features sharp but not unpleasant. According to the caption, his name was Daniel Hoffman. Daniel Hoffman, a name I'd never heard before, yet there was my name beside his photo, in my mother's distinctive script. The rain continued to drum against the roof as I examined the image more closely. There was nothing remarkable about the portrait itself, just another senior photo like the dozens surrounding it. But the blue circle and my name created a mystery that tugged at me, demanding attention. I closed the yearbook and made my way down the narrow attic stairs, the wooden steps creaking beneath my weight. The main floor of my mother's house was warm and bright compared to the dim attic, the smell of something baking in the oven replacing the musty scent of old papers. "Mom," I called out, finding her in the kitchen, her reading glasses perched on the end of her nose as she flipped through a magazine. "Find anything interesting up there?" she asked without looking up. I placed the yearbook on the counter. Actually, yes, I opened it to the marked page and turned it toward her. Who is Daniel Hoffman, and why is my name written next to his picture? The change in my mother was immediate and unsettling. Her eyes widened slightly, her face draining of color as she stared at the page. The kitchen suddenly felt colder, the ticking of the wall clock unnaturally loud in the silence. "Where did you find this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "In one of the boxes in the attic. Mom, who is he?" She didn't answer. Instead, she closed the yearbook with a sudden movement that made me jump. Then, with trembling hands, she opened it again to the same page. I watched in shock as she carefully, deliberately, tore the page from the binding. "Mom," I reached for the page, but she pulled it away. "It's nothing, Rebecca, just an old joke from high school." Her voice was steady, but her hands were not. She folded the page and tucked it into her pocket. "A joke, Mom. You wrote my name next to someone's picture in your yearbook more than a decade before I was born. That's not nothing." She looked at me then, really looked at me, with an expression I'd never seen before, a mixture of fear and something else I couldn't quite identify. "Some things are better left in the past, Rebecca. Trust me on this." I didn't press further that night. Something in her tone, in her eyes, warned me away from the subject, but I couldn't let it go completely. The next day I called my Aunt Susan, my mother's younger sister, who had been a sophomore when my mother was a senior. "Daniel Hoffman," Susan repeated after I explained my discovery. "I don't remember any Daniel Hoffman in school with us. He was in Mom's class. His picture was right there in the yearbook." "I'm telling you, Becca, I don't recall anyone by that name, and I knew most of your mom's friends." I called 3 more of my mother's old high school friends whose numbers I could find. None of them remembered Daniel Hoffman. According to the yearbook, he had been part of the chess club and the Science Honor Society. But when I asked the retired teacher who had sponsored both groups, she had no recollection of him either. It was as if Daniel Hoffman had existed only in that one yearbook photo. Over the next weeks, I became quietly obsessed with solving this mystery. I searched online for any trace of him, social media accounts, public records, obituaries, but found nothing definitive. I went to the local library to look at their copy of the 1987 yearbook, only to find that the page with Daniel's photo was missing from that copy as well. Then one afternoon, while helping my mother clean out her garage, I found a box labeled HS Memorabilia. Inside were the expected items: a tassel from her graduation cap, dried corsages, handwritten notes folded into elaborate origami shapes, and at the bottom, a stack of photographs. Most were typical teenage snapshots, groups of friends at parties, at the local swimming hole, posed in front of cars. But one photo made me stop cold. It showed my mother and 3 friends sitting on a blanket at what appeared to be a picnic. And there, sitting slightly apart from the group but undeniably present, was Daniel Hoffman. I slipped the photo into my pocket before my mother could see it. That night I studied the image under the lamp in my apartment. Daniel Hoffman looked exactly as he had in the yearbook photo, same serious expression, same dark hair falling over one eye. He was looking not at the camera but at my mother, with an intensity that was unsettling even across the decades. The next morning I drove to Millfield County Records office. After several hours of searching through old newspapers on microfiche, I found what I was looking for, a small article dated May 1987, just weeks before my mother's graduation. Local teen reported missing. The article was brief. Daniel Hoffman, 18, had been reported missing by his parents after failing to return home from school on May 15th. The police were investigating, but had no leads. I searched for follow-up articles, but found nothing. It was as if Daniel Hoffman had disappeared from the newspaper pages just as thoroughly as he had disappeared from people's memories. When I returned to my mother's house that evening, I found her sitting in the darkened living room, the torn yearbook page resting on her lap. She looked up as I entered, her eyes red-rimmed. "I knew you wouldn't let it go," she said softly. "You're too much like me." I sat beside her on the couch, heart pounding. Who was he, Mom? What happened to him? She was silent for so long that I thought she wouldn't answer. When she finally spoke, her voice was distant, as if coming from somewhere far away in time. "We were close, Daniel and I, not dating exactly, but there was something between us, something complicated." She traced her finger over his image. He was brilliant, different. He had theories about everything, about time, about parallel lives. She gave a small, sad laugh. He used to say that our lives were just one version of countless possibilities. "What happened to him?" "That's the thing, Rebecca, I don't know." Her voice broke slightly. "One day he was there, and the next, nothing. No one would talk about him. It was like he never existed. When I asked about him, people looked at me strangely, as if they didn't know who I was talking about. But he was real. I found a newspaper article about his disappearance." She nodded slowly. "Yes, he was real, but sometimes I wonder if somehow he went somewhere else. Another version of reality, like he always talked about." "Mom, that's not—" "You don't understand," she interrupted. "After he disappeared, I started having these dreams where I could see him, but he was always just out of reach. And in the dreams he would say—" She paused, swallowing hard. "He would say that when I had a daughter, I should name her Rebecca." The room seemed to grow colder as I processed this. "And that's why you named me Rebecca." She nodded, tears spilling onto her cheeks. "I know how it sounds, but there was something about those dreams, something so real. And when I found out I was having a girl, I just knew that was supposed to be your name." I sat with her in silence for a long time, the rain outside picking up again, drumming against the windows. Finally, I asked the question that had been forming in my mind since I first saw that circled yearbook photo. "Do you think he knew? Somehow did he know about me before I existed?" She looked at me then, her eyes clear despite the tears. "I don't know, Rebecca, but sometimes I catch glimpses of him in you, the way you tilt your head when you're thinking, the questions you ask that no one else would think to ask. It's almost as if—" She didn't finish the thought. She didn't need to. The implication hung in the air between us, impossible yet somehow not entirely dismissible. Daniel Hoffman remains a mystery. His face in that yearbook, a ghost from a time before my birth, somehow connected to me in ways I may never understand. My mother rarely speaks of him now, but sometimes I catch her looking at me with a strange expression, as if seeing someone else in my features. And sometimes, in dreams that feel too real to be merely dreams, I see a young man with dark hair falling over one eye, watching me from across an unbridgeable distance, his lips forming words I can almost, but not quite hear. I've accepted that some mysteries cannot be solved, some connections cannot be explained, but I keep the yearbook page and the photograph in a locked box beside my bed, evidence of a stranger whose existence touched my life before I had one, the stranger in the yearbook whose name somehow became part of my story. Story 2, I remember the rain that evening, not the violent, angry kind that pounds against windows demanding attention, but a gentle, persistent drizzle that settled over the small coastal town like a veil of mist. It was the kind of weather that made the wooden floors of old houses creak with secrets, and that's exactly what I was chasing, secrets. My name is Alina Myers, and I investigate cold cases for a true crime podcast called Whispers from the Past. Most of what I do involves sifting through old police reports and interviewing reluctant witnesses, but this particular story began with something far more unexpected, a call from a shaken woman named Melissa Thornton. "I found something in an airbnb," she had said, her voice barely above a whisper on the phone. "Something that doesn't make sense, I think. I think the host has been collecting things from guests." I drove 3 hours to meet her at a coffee shop in Newport, Oregon. The cafe was nearly empty, just the occasional patron seeking refuge from the constant drizzle outside. The windows were fogged with condensation, creating a cocoon of privacy around our corner table. Melissa sat with her hands wrapped around a mug that had long gone cold. She was in her mid-30s, dark hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, eyes darting occasionally to the door as if expecting someone to walk in. "Tell me about this airbnb," I said, setting my voice recorder on the table between us. The small red light blinked steadily, marking the rhythm of our conversation. "It was this beautiful Victorian house right on the edge of town," she began. "The kind with gingerbread trim and a widow's walk. The owner, Martin, lives in the main part of the house. The rental is a separate apartment that used to be the servants' quarters." She paused to take a sip of her cold coffee, grimacing slightly before continuing. "When I checked in, Martin gave me a tour. He was so precise about everything. The way the old brass key needed to be turned just so in the lock, how the shower had to run for exactly 45 seconds before the hot water would come through, but what stood out was his comment about the dresser. The rain outside had intensified slightly, creating a soft percussion against the cafe windows. A waitress passed by, offering to refill our cups. I nodded. Melissa shook her head. "It was this beautiful antique piece," she continued after the waitress moved away. "Cherry wood, I think, with these ornate brass handles. Martin mentioned it casually as we were finishing the tour. Oh, and the bottom drawer of the dresser sticks," he said. "Best not to use it at all." Something about the way he said it. It didn't sound like a warning about damaged furniture. I could picture the scene clearly. The fading evening light casting long shadows across polished hardwood floors, the dresser standing like a silent sentinel against a wall papered in faded florals. "Did you ask him about it?" "No," Melissa admitted. "I didn't think much of it until later that night. I'd unpacked my things, settled in with a book. The house was so quiet. All I could hear was the occasional creak of the old timbers and the distant sound of waves against the shore." She leaned forward now, her voice dropping lower. "I kept looking at that drawer. It was like it was calling to me. I know how that sounds, but there was something about the way he had mentioned it that stuck with me. After about an hour, I decided to try it." "And it wasn't stuck at all, was it?" I asked, already sensing where this was going. "No," she whispered. "It slid open smoothly, almost too smoothly, like it had been recently oiled." My fresh coffee arrived. The warmth of the mug seeped into my palms as I waited for Melissa to continue. Outside, a foghorn sounded in the distance, low and mournful. "Inside the drawer was this collection," she said, "all arranged so neatly, like a museum exhibit. Small plastic bags, each one containing a lock of hair. Next to them, little envelopes with fingernail clippings, and Polaroid photographs, close-ups of people sleeping." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the damp weather. Were there names? Melissa nodded. Each item was labeled with a name and date, going back 5 months. I recognized some of the names from the guest book on the entry table. "Did you take photos?" I asked. She nodded, sliding her phone across the table. The images were slightly blurry, taken in haste, I imagined, but clear enough to see what she described. Clear plastic bags with what appeared to be hair samples, small white envelopes, Polaroids showing sleeping faces captured from above. "What disturbed me the most," Melissa continued, taking her phone back, "was the empty space at the end of the drawer. There was a small plastic bag there, labeled with my name, empty, and next to it an envelope with my name, also empty, and a blank Polaroid frame with my name written on the white space at the bottom." The rain had stopped now, leaving behind a heavy silence. The calf had emptied out completely. "What did you do then?" I asked. I closed the drawer and pushed it in as quietly as I could. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grab my things. I left that night, made up some emergency, and drove straight to a hotel in the next town. I didn't sleep at all. Over the next week, I verified Melissa's story as best I could. The Airbnb listing existed, complete with glowing reviews. Martin Caldwell, the host, was a retired librarian who had inherited the house from his mother 3 years ago. No criminal record, no complaints filed against him or his property. I decided to book a stay myself. The reservation process was straightforward, and 3 days later, I found myself standing on the porch of the Victorian house, listening to the distant crash of waves against the rocky shoreline below. Martin greeted me himself, a tall, thin man with wire-rimmed glasses and carefully combed silver hair. His handshake was firm but brief, his smile professional rather than warm. "You'll find everything you need in the apartment," he said as he showed me around. His voice had the measured cadence of someone who had spent decades speaking in hushed tones among library stacks. Fresh towels in the bathroom, extra blankets in the closet. I waited for him to mention the dresser, but he didn't. When we reached the bedroom, I glanced at it, cherry wood, just as Melissa had described, with ornate brass handles that gleamed in the afternoon light. "Beautiful dresser," I commented casually. Martin's eyes flickered briefly to the piece of furniture, then back to me. Yes, it was my mother's. She collected antiques. No warning about the bottom drawer, no mention of it sticking. After he left, I spent time exploring the apartment, noting the heavy curtains on all windows, the absence of mirrors except in the bathroom, the faint smell of furniture polish that permeated everything. Night fell early, as it tends to do on the Oregon coast in late autumn. I made a show of turning out lights, running water for a shower, creating the impression of someone settling in for the night. Then I sat in darkness, waiting. At precisely 11:42 p.m. I heard it, the almost imperceptible sound of a key turning in a lock, not the main door to the apartment, but somewhere else. I held my breath, listening as soft footsteps moved across the living room toward the bedroom. I had positioned myself in a corner with a clear view of both the bedroom door and the dresser. The footsteps paused outside the bedroom, then the door inched open. Martin stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the faint glow from a nightlight in the hallway. In his hand was something small, a camera, I realized, an old Polaroid. He moved toward what should have been a sleeping form under the covers, pillows I had arranged to look like a body. When he realized the bed was empty, he turned sharply. Our eyes met across the darkened room. "You're awake," he said simply, no surprise in his voice, no shame either. Yes, I stepped forward, switching on the bedside lamp. I'd like to ask you about the bottom drawer of the dresser, Martin. A strange smile spread across his face, not menacing but almost relieved. You're not like the others, he said. They never ask directly. They just look when they think I don't know. He crossed to the dresser and pulled open the bottom drawer with practiced ease. Just as Melissa had described, inside were the small bags of hair, the envelopes, the Polaroids. Why? I asked. Martin adjusted his glasses, looking down at his collection with something like tenderness. They stay in my home, sleep under my roof. I protect them while they're vulnerable. Is it so wrong to keep a small token, a memory? You take these things without permission, I said. You photograph people while they're sleeping. I've never hurt anyone, he insisted, a note of defensiveness entering his voice. I'm a collector of moments, that's all. Everyone who stays here leaves something behind, whether they know it or not. A hair on a pillow, a fingernail caught in the bathroom drain. I just organize what would be discarded. We talked for hours that night about boundaries, about privacy, about the line between appreciation and violation. By morning, Martin had agreed to therapy. I had agreed not to go to the police if he removed his listing and returned all the items he had collected to me for disposal. 3 months later, the Victorian house with the widow's walk was sold. Martin moved to Arizona to live with his sister. The drawer full of intimate souvenirs was incinerated at my request. But sometimes, on rainy nights when the house creaks around me, I think about those empty spaces in the drawer. The bag with my name, the envelope, the blank Polaroid. And I wonder what Martin managed to collect from me before our conversation. What small piece of myself remains in his possession, a souvenir of the night I confronted a man who collected pieces of strangers while they slept beneath his roof. Some mysteries, I've learned, are better left unsolved. Story 3. They were installing a new floor when they uncovered a steel door buried in the concrete. It led to a narrow, windowless room, padded walls, a cot, a microphone bolted to the ceiling, and a name scratched into the corner, hers. I still remember the weight of the case file in my hands that morning. The manila folder had a certain heft to it, substantial enough to know that whatever was inside would consume my thoughts for weeks to come. The office was quiet, just the gentle hum of the air conditioning and the occasional distant ring of a phone somewhere down the hallway. My coffee had grown cold, forgotten on the edge of my desk as I carefully opened the file. The photograph slid out first. Clinical, detached images of a concrete floor broken open, revealing what looked like a submarine hatch, a heavy steel door with a wheel lock, buried beneath what should have been an ordinary garage in an ordinary suburban neighborhood. The timestamp in the corner showed it had been discovered just 3 days ago. I ran my finger along the edge of the next photograph. The padded walls reminded me of recording studios I'd seen, except there was something unsettling about the gray foam, stained in places, worn in others. The single cot pushed against the far wall had a thin mattress stripped of any bedding. Above it all, that microphone, hanging from the ceiling like an ominous metal spider, its cable disappearing into a small hole in the ceiling. Detective Mercer, a voice called from the doorway. Captain Reynolds stood there, his silhouette framed by the hall light. I see you've started on the Westlake case. I nodded slowly, my eyes still fixed on the final photograph. The name Caroline had been scratched into the lower corner of one wall, the letters uneven and desperate. The homeowners have only been there 8 months, Reynolds said, walking into my office. The floorboards creaked softly beneath his methodical steps, bought the place from a bank foreclosure. They were putting in a workshop when they found it. "And Caroline?" I asked, finally looking up at him. "That's where it gets interesting." He settled into the chair across from my desk, the leather sighing under his weight. "Caroline Winter, reported missing 6 years ago. Case went cold after 3 months." The office seemed to grow quieter, as if the building itself was holding its breath. I pulled out my notebook, the familiar texture of the paper grounding me as I opened to a fresh page. "The original case file is being sent over," Reynolds continued, "but here's what we know so far. Caroline Winter, 28 years old, kindergarten teacher, disappeared after leaving a friend's house on a Friday night. Her car was found at a shopping center 3 miles from her apartment. No signs of struggle, no witnesses." I wrote each detail down, my pen scratching against the paper in the quiet room. "Who owned the house before the foreclosure?" "Martin Green," Reynolds replied, 52 at the time, software engineer who worked from home, left town suddenly about 4 years ago. Bank took the house after a year of no payments. "And nobody thought to check the garage?" Reynolds shook his head. The garage looked normal. The trapdoor was hidden under a workbench and covered with some cheap interlocking rubber flooring. You wouldn't find it unless you tore everything up. I closed my eyes for a moment, imagining the space. The padded walls would absorb sound. The microphone, what was that for? Recording, communicating. The thought sent a chill through me despite the warmth of the morning. "We're bringing Green in for questioning," Reynolds said, standing up. "His sister in Phoenix says he's been living with her for the past few years. Claims he's been dealing with mental health issues." I nodded, already turning back to the photographs. "I want to see the room." The neighborhood was quiet when I arrived, the kind of midday silence that settles over suburban streets when everyone is at work or school. The house was unremarkable, a single-story ranch with beige siding and green shutters. A detective's car and a crime scene van sat in the driveway. Detective Liu met me at the door, her face solemn. "The homeowners are staying with family," she said, leading me through the house. "They're pretty shaken up." The interior was partially renovated, new hardwood in the living room, fresh paint on the walls. A normal family trying to make a home. We walked through the kitchen to a door that led to the attached garage. The concrete floor of the garage had been torn up on one side, revealing the steel door. It was open now, propped with a metal rod. A narrow set of steps descended into darkness. "Watch your head," Liu said as she switched on a flashlight. I followed her down the stairs, the temperature dropping with each step. The room was smaller than I'd expected, perhaps 10 by 12 feet. The foam padding on the walls was dingy gray, and the air held a musty stillness that caught in my throat. The cot was now just a metal frame, the mattress removed for evidence. In the corner I could see the name, Caroline, scratched into the padding with what must have been fingernails or perhaps a small hidden object. The microphone was connected to a system in the attic, Liu explained, her voice unnaturally loud in the confined space. "There's a recording set up there, dozens of tapes." My heart seemed to slow, each beat measured and heavy. He recorded her. Liu nodded. "For months, based on the dates on the tapes. The lab is going through them now." I moved closer to the wall, examining the scratched name. The letters were deep, determined. 6 years ago, I murmured. She was down here and no one knew. "There's more," Liu said, her voice dropping. "We found a journal hidden in the attic, behind the recording equipment. Green kept detailed notes. Caroline wasn't the first." The air in the room suddenly felt too thin. How many? 3 that we can confirm so far, all reported missing between 2012 and 2018, all within a 50-mile radius. I looked up at the microphone mount in the ceiling. What kind of person creates a room like this? What kind of person speaks to someone they've imprisoned, records their responses, their pleas? The lab found partial prints on the underside of the cot frame, Liu continued. They're running them now against the missing persons database. I nodded, trying to maintain professional detachment even as my mind filled with images of a young woman, a kindergarten teacher, trapped in this silent room, her voice captured by the hanging microphone, her hope fading with each passing day. Back at the station, the original case file for Caroline Winter waited on my desk. I spent hours going through it, the initial report, the interviews with friends and family, the search efforts that gradually dwindled as weeks turned to months with no leads. There was a photo of Caroline, smiling, brown hair falling past her shoulders, standing in front of a classroom bulletin board decorated with children's artwork. She looked happy, confident, alive. By evening, the lab had preliminary results from the tapes. I steeled myself as I slipped on headphones and pressed play on the first audio file. Day 1, Green's voice came through, clinical and detached. Subject is conscious. Then another voice, female, groggy, confused. Where am I, please? What is this place? I listened to fragments across the months, Caroline's voice changing from panic to resigned to something else, a quiet determination. Green questioning her, sometimes for hours, about insignificant details of her life, sometimes just sitting in silence, recording her breathing. On the last tape, dated nearly 6 months after her disappearance, Caroline's voice was barely a whisper. I know you're listening. I know you're always listening, but you've never understood what I've been telling you. You never will. The recording ended there. 3 days later, Martin Green sat across from me in the interview room. He was smaller than I'd expected, with thinning hair and glasses that kept sliding down his nose. His hands were steady as they rested on the table. I helped them, he said, his voice soft but clear. I saved them from all the noise, all the chaos. I gave them peace. You kidnapped them, I replied, keeping my voice level. You held them against their will. Caroline Winter, Lisa Dawson, Teresa Martinez. They had families, lives. Green smiled slightly. They had confusion, distraction. I helped them focus, helped them find their true voice. The recordings prove it. Where are they now, Martin? His eyes met mine, calm and untroubled, where they wanted to be, where it's quiet. We found the first body 2 days later, buried in the woods behind an abandoned quarry 20 miles from Green's house. Caroline Winter, identified through dental records. The other 2 were discovered in the following week in similar remote locations. The case file grew heavier with each new report, each new photograph, each transcribed recording. At night, I would lie awake, hearing Caroline's voice from those tapes, the gradual transition from fear to that final, resigned whisper. The trial won't begin for months. Sometimes I drive past the house, now empty again, a for sale sign tilting in the front yard. I wonder about the room beneath the garage, sealed up now behind police tape and plywood. I wonder about the voices that were captured there, preserved on plastic ribbons of magnetic tape. And sometimes, in the quiet hours of early morning, I imagine I can hear Caroline's last recorded words, still hanging in the air of that soundproof room. You never understood what I've been telling you. You never will. But I'm listening now, and I won't stop until her story and the stories of all the others are fully told. Story 4, she found it folded in her jacket pocket. A purchase she didn't remember, a gas station she'd never been to, but the most disturbing part wasn't the total or the location. It was the note at the bottom. Thanks for stopping again. Come alone next time. I remember the day Sarah Walker brought that receipt into our precinct. It was one of those autumn afternoons when the light comes through the windows at an angle that makes the dust particles dance like tiny conspirators. The heating system in our old building hummed with a low, persistent drone, creating a blanket of white noise that seemed to isolate us from the rest of the world. "Detective Morris," she said, her voice steady but with an undercurrent I'd learned to recognize in my 15 years on the force. It was the sound of someone who had looked into their ordinary life and found something inexplicable staring back. "I need to report something unusual." She placed the receipt on my desk. It was printed on thermal paper, already fading at the creases where it had been folded. Valley Road Gas and Convenience, it read at the top, an address in Pinewood County about 40 miles north of town. The date was from 3 days prior. The purchase, regular unleaded gasoline, $37.42, a coffee, $1.89, and a pack of menthol cigarettes, $8.99. Sarah didn't smoke. She'd never smoked. "I've never been to this place," she said, her fingertip lightly touching the paper as if making sure it was real. "I don't smoke menthols, I don't smoke at all, and on this date at this time, I was teaching my evening yoga class. 20 people can verify that." I picked up the receipt, feeling the smooth, slightly waxy surface between my fingers. The handwritten note at the bottom was in blue ink, the letters neat but slightly rushed. "Thanks for stopping again. Come alone next time." "Did you check if this place actually exists?" I asked, reaching for my computer keyboard. Sarah nodded, tucking a strand of auburn hair behind her ear. "That's the thing. I drove out there yesterday. The address exists, but it's just an empty lot with overgrown weeds. No gas station, no convenience store, nothing." The familiar weight of curiosity settled in my chest. I've always found that true mysteries don't announce themselves with sirens and flashing lights. They slip in quietly, like a draft under a door, bringing with them a chill that makes you question things you've always taken for granted. "When did you first notice the receipt?" I asked, typing the store name and address into our database. 2 nights ago, I was reaching for my house keys and felt it in my pocket. At first, I thought it was just trash I'd absent-mindedly stuffed there, but when I pulled it out and saw that note..." She paused, rubbing her arms as if suddenly cold. "Detective, I live alone. I keep my jacket on a hook by the front door. Someone had to have put that receipt in my pocket." The database search came back empty. No registered business under that name at that address. I leaned back in my chair, which responded with a familiar creak. "Do you mind if I keep this?" I asked, already sliding the receipt into a clear evidence bag. "Please do," Sarah said. "I just want to understand what's happening." As she left, the weight of her confusion lingered in the room like a scent. I've handled hundreds of cases in my career, homicides, disappearances, complicated fraud schemes, but there's something particularly unsettling about small mysteries, the ones that shouldn't exist, the ones that suggest the fabric of ordinary life might be thinner than we imagine. I called the county assessor's office the next morning. The property at the address had been vacant for nearly 7 years. It had once been a small repair shop, but nothing resembling a gas station. The previous owner had died, and the property had been tied up in estate issues ever since. That afternoon, I drove out to see it myself. The lot sat at a bend in Valley Road, partially hidden by a stand of pine trees that had grown unchecked for years. Tall weeds pushed through cracks in what remained of a concrete foundation. Empty beer cans and fast food wrappers collected in corners, evidence of teenagers finding momentary escape from small-town boredom. No gas pumps, no convenience store, no sign that anything had been built or demolished recently. I walked the perimeter slowly, my shoes crunching on gravel and broken glass. A red-tailed hawk circled overhead, its shadow briefly passing over me. Something about the silence of the place felt expectant, as if the empty space was waiting to be filled. At the back of the lot, partially hidden by overgrowth, I found a single concrete island where gas pumps might once have stood. But the county records hadn't mentioned a gas station, and the concrete looked decades old, cracked and settled into the earth like an ancient artifact. I took photos, made notes, and left with more questions than I'd arrived with. Sarah called me the next day. Her voice was different, tighter, pitched slightly higher with controlled panic. "I found another one," she said without preamble, "in my gym bag this time." I met her at a coffee shop near her apartment. The new receipt was identical in format to the first, same gas station name, same address. This time the purchases were different: a bottle of water, a road atlas of the state, and a prepaid phone card. The total was $24.17. The date was yesterday. The handwritten note read, "The blue door around back, come after midnight." "I was at work all day yesterday," Sarah said, stirring her untouched coffee. "My bag was in my locker. The lock was still secured when I went to get it after my shift." I studied her face, the dark circles under her eyes, the pallor of her skin. Fear changes people physically. It draws the blood inward, away from the surface, an ancient response preparing the body to run or fight. "Have you noticed anyone following you? Anyone paying unusual attention to you?" I asked. She shook her head. "I've been watching, looking over my shoulder constantly. There's nothing." I bagged the second receipt and promised to increase patrols near her apartment. But we both knew that whatever was happening existed in some blind spot beyond the reach of routine police work. Later that evening, I spread both receipts on my desk at home. The paper caught the yellow light from my desk lamp, giving them an aged appearance despite their recent printing. I traced the handwritten notes with my eyes, looking for clues in the pressure points and curves of the pen strokes. Something about the style of the writing seemed familiar. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through old case photos until I found it, a suicide note from 3 years earlier. The case had been straightforward. A man named Robert Elkins had been found in his car in a remote wooded area, a hose running from the exhaust pipe through a partially opened window. The note he'd left for his ex-wife had the same neat but slightly rushed handwriting. Elkins had worked as a night clerk at a gas station before losing his job 6 months before his death. The connection was thin, possibly coincidental, but in my line of work, coincidences demand attention. I pulled his file the next morning. His last known address was an apartment complex less than a mile from Sarah's. I couldn't find any connection between them. They'd never lived in the same building, worked for the same employer, or had social circles that overlapped. But something had connected them now, through a receipt from a place that didn't exist. The third receipt appeared 2 days later, tucked under the windshield wiper of Sarah's car while it was parked in a grocery store lot. This one listed a single purchase, a shovel for $21.99. The note at the bottom read, "I've been patient. Tomorrow night, the blue door, I'll be waiting." Sarah was staying with her sister by then. I'd advised her not to be alone. We'd set up a surveillance camera outside her apartment, but it had captured nothing unusual. No one approaching her door. No shadowy figure slipping notes into pockets. That night I returned to the vacant lot on Valley Road. The temperature had dropped with the sun, and a thin ground fog had formed, curling around the weeds and broken concrete like ghostly fingers. I parked my unmarked car across the street and waited, the engine off, the only sound the occasional passing vehicle and the steady rhythm of my own breathing. At 11:30, headlights appeared around the bend, slowing as they approached the lot. A dark sedan pulled in, its tires crunching on the debris-strewn surface. The driver cut the lights but left the engine running. I waited, my hand resting on my service weapon. After several minutes, the car door opened and a figure emerged, tall, male, moving with purpose despite the uneven ground. He walked to the back of the lot, to the area where I'd found the old concrete island. I followed at a distance, using the shadows for cover. The man approached what looked like a solid wall of weeds and underbrush, then disappeared into them. When I reached the spot, I found what he had found, a narrow path leading to a small structure I hadn't noticed during my daylight visit. It was partially buried in the hillside at the back of the property, its entrance obscured by years of unchecked growth. The door was painted a faded blue. I drew my weapon and approached slowly. The door was ajar, a faint light visible through the crack. I pushed it open with my foot, announcing myself as police. The space inside was small and surprisingly clean. A single battery-powered lantern sat on a metal table, illuminating walls lined with maps. Each map was marked with red pins connected by strings, creating a web of locations that stretched across 3 counties. In the center of the table was a stack of thermal paper receipts, blank except for the pre-printed header, Valley Road Gas and Convenience, and a blue ballpoint pen. The man was Robert Elkins, the same Robert Elkins who had supposedly died 3 years earlier. He sat calmly in a folding chair in the corner, as if he'd been expecting me. "You found me instead of her," he said. His voice was rough from disuse. "I knew it might happen this way." "You're supposed to be dead," I said, keeping my weapon trained on him. "That was the plan," he replied, "to disappear, start over. But then I saw her, Sarah, at the grocery store last month. She looked exactly like Annie, my Annie, before the accident changed her." Annie Elkins, Robert's wife. She'd been in a car crash 5 years ago that had left her with severe facial scarring. She'd left him 6 months later. The supposed suicide had happened after multiple failed attempts to reconnect with her. "Sarah isn't Annie," I said, slowly piecing it together. "She just looks like her." "I know that now." His eyes were clear but distant, but seeing her brought it all back. I followed her. I just wanted to look at her, to remember, but then I started thinking maybe this was a second chance. "So you planted receipts from a gas station that doesn't exist to, what, frighten her, lure her here?" He looked down at his hands. I wanted her to be curious, to wonder. The way Annie used to be before the accident made her afraid of everything. I thought if Sarah came here, I could explain, show her the maps. The maps, I realized, marked all the places Robert had gone in the 3 years since his death. All the places he'd been running from the memory of his lost love, only to find himself drawn back to this hidden room on an abandoned property that his father had once owned. "The blue door was Annie's idea," he said softly. "When we were first married, she said every home needed a blue door to keep bad spirits away. I arrested Robert Elkins that night, charging him with stalking and harassment. He offered no resistance. The look on his face as I led him away was one I've seen many times in my career, the vacant stare of someone who has been living in a world constructed entirely in their own mind, suddenly confronted with reality. Sarah Walker eventually moved away from the area. The last time we spoke, she told me she still checks her pockets carefully each night, still glances at her windshield before getting into her car. Some violations of ordinary life leave permanent marks on our sense of security. The vacant lot on Valley Road was finally sold 6 months later. They built a small office complex there, erasing all evidence of the concrete island and the hidden room with the blue door. Sometimes when I drive past, I think about Robert Elkins, serving his time in the state psychiatric hospital, and I wonder if he still writes notes on imaginary receipts from a place that never really existed. Because that's the thing about true mysteries, they rarely end neatly. They leave behind questions that linger in the mind like the fading print on thermal paper, slowly disappearing but never quite gone. Story 5. When she bought the house, the realtor said the last owners left suddenly. In the attic, she found a finished nursery, cribs, stuffed animals, even diapers. On the wall, hand-painted in cursive, "Happy first birthday, Eliza," but no birth certificate, no records, and she had never told anyone that was the name she'd chosen if she had a daughter. I still remember the weight of the case file as I placed it on my desk that morning. Detective work is often mundane, reports, interviews, evidence logs, but sometimes a case arrives that settles into your bones like a winter chill. This was one of those cases. Meredith Kane had purchased the Victorian home on Sycamore Lane at what the realtor called a motivated seller's price. The previous owners, the Harringtons, had moved out with unusual haste just 3 months prior. Nothing particularly suspicious about that on its own. People move for all sorts of reasons, new jobs, financial troubles, family emergencies. But what Meredith found in the attic defied simple explanation. The space had been converted into a nursery, painted in soft yellows and greens. A white wooden crib stood in the corner, made up with fresh linens. Stuffed animals, a rabbit, a bear, an elephant, sat arranged on a shelf, seemingly waiting for a child's embrace. A changing table held neatly stacked diapers. A mobile of stars and moons hung motionless above the crib. And there, on the wall above where a baby would sleep, painted in delicate cursive, "Happy first birthday, Eliza." I ran my fingers over the edge of the photograph Meredith had taken of the nursery. The room was immaculate, as if prepared for a baby's imminent arrival, or as if a baby had been there until very recently. I spoke to the neighbors, I said, my voice low and measured in the quiet of my office. The ticking of the wall clock marked time between my words. None of them recall the Harringtons having a baby or even being pregnant. My partner, Detective Lorna Reeves, leafed through property records spread across her side of the desk. The Harringtons lived there for almost 4 years, James and Claire, both in their early 30s. The papers whispered as she turned them. No birth records for an Eliza Harrington in the county, no death certificates either. What unsettled Meredith most, what had brought her to our precinct on that gray Tuesday morning, wasn't just the abandoned nursery, it was the name. Eliza, a name she had chosen years ago after her own grandmother for a daughter she hoped to have someday, a private wish she had never shared with anyone, not even her ex-husband. A coincidence, Lorna suggested, though her tone held doubt. Maybe, I conceded, though 20 years in law enforcement had taught me to question coincidences. But there's something else. I slid another document across the desk. County records showed that the Harringtons had filed for permits to renovate the attic 8 months before their sudden departure. The contractor who did the work remembered them clearly. They were so excited, he had told me over the phone, said they were expecting, wanted everything perfect for their little girl. I sipped my coffee, now grown cold. So where is she, this Eliza who may or may not exist? We started with the obvious, birth records from neighboring counties, hospital records, adoption agencies. Nothing. The Harringtons had seemingly vanished as completely as their child, leaving behind only a disconnected phone number and a forwarding address that turned out to be a vacant lot. 3 days into our investigation, we gained access to their financial records. Claire Harrington had made multiple purchases from baby boutiques. James had withdrawn $5,000 in cash the week before they left. Their credit cards showed gasoline purchases tracking westward, Illinois, Iowa, Nebraska, before activity ceased altogether. They were running from something, Lorna observed as we pinned their last known locations to the map on our office wall. The soft glow of desk lamps cast long shadows across the floor. Outside, rain began to fall, tapping against the windows like impatient fingers. I nodded slowly, or someone. A week passed, we interviewed former colleagues, distant relatives. The picture that emerged was ordinary, almost too ordinary. James worked in it. Claire was a part-time librarian. They attended neighborhood barbecues. They decorated for Christmas. They kept to themselves, but not unusually so. Then came the call from Meredith. She had been cleaning out the last of the items from the attic nursery when she found it, a small notebook tucked behind the radiator. Claire's diary. The pages felt delicate beneath my fingertips as I turned them in the quiet of the evidence room. Claire's handwriting was neat, precise. She documented her pregnancy with the wonder of a first-time mother, morning sickness, first kicks, the shape of her growing belly. She wrote of nursery colors and baby names, and then in entries from the final month, something changed. I feel watched, she wrote. Someone left a baby blanket on our porch today, pink with elephants, no card. James says I'm being paranoid. And later, the man was there again today, standing across the street, just watching our house. When I went to the window, he was gone. The final entry dated 3 days before they disappeared. She's coming for Eliza. She says she's the real mother, that Eliza belongs to her, that she named her first. God help us, she knows things she couldn't possibly know. I closed the diary, the weight of unease settling in my chest. The case was shifting beneath my feet, transforming from abandoned nursery to something darker. We located Claire's obstetrician the next day. Dr. Melissa Warner remembered her clearly, a normal pregnancy, a healthy baby girl born 6 months before the Harringtons disappeared. Yes, she had records. Yes, there was a birth certificate. Eliza Grace Harrington. Why wouldn't the birth appear in county records? Lorna asked as we drove back to the station. I watched raindrops trace paths down the passenger window. It would, unless someone removed it. Back at Meredith's house, we found more. A loose floorboard in the nursery concealed a small box containing a lock of fine baby hair, a hospital bracelet, and a photograph of Claire holding a newborn, her face tired but radiant. So there was a baby, Lorna said. There was, I agreed, but where is she now? And who was the woman Claire mentioned in her diary? The answer came in fragments, pieces of a puzzle slowly assembling. A neighbor recalled a woman who had begun appearing in the neighborhood a few months before the Harringtons left, dark-haired, quiet, often sitting in a parked car down the street. Another remembered Claire arguing with someone on the front lawn, a heated exchange that ended with Claire running inside, visibly upset. When we finally identified her, the truth was both simpler and more complex than we had imagined. Rebecca Thorne had suffered a stillbirth 8 months before Eliza was born. She had named her unborn daughter Eliza after her own mother. She had painted a nursery in soft yellows and greens, and then in her grief her mind had fractured. She became convinced that Claire had somehow stolen her baby, her Eliza, that the child Claire carried was rightfully hers. Hospital records showed Rebecca had been treated for postpartum psychosis following the stillbirth, but had stopped taking her medication. We found Rebecca living in a small apartment 3 states away. In her possession were baby clothes, toys, a blanket with elephants, but no baby, no Eliza. "I just wanted to see her," Rebecca said, her voice hollow as she sat across from me in the interview room. "I just wanted to hold my daughter." "What happened to the Harringtons?" I asked gently. "What happened to Eliza?" Rebecca's eyes grew distant. They took her away from me again. She looked down at her hands. "I followed them that night. I just wanted to talk to them, to make them understand." Her voice dropped to a whisper, but they wouldn't listen. "Where are they now, Rebecca?" A tear slid down her cheek. "I don't know. They drove away. I tried to follow, but I lost them." She looked up, her eyes suddenly clear. "I would never hurt my baby, never." We believe her. The investigation continues, but we think the Harringtons are in hiding, protecting their daughter from a woman whose grief twisted into obsession. We've issued alerts, contacted authorities in states westward. Somewhere, perhaps, Eliza is celebrating another birthday, growing up under a different name, her parents always looking over their shoulders. As for Meredith, she sold the house. "Couldn't bear to sleep beneath that nursery," she said. "Couldn't shake the feeling of being watched." Before she left, she painted over the birthday wish on the wall, layer after layer, until no trace of Eliza's name remained. But sometimes, late at night, when I review the case files, I wonder about the name Eliza and how it connected 2 women who never met across time and tragedy. I wonder about the spaces we prepare for dreams that never arrive, and the children who exist only in our hearts. And I wonder what Meredith never told us, why that name of all names had been the one she'd chosen too. The file remains open, the nursery remains empty, and somewhere perhaps Eliza is growing up not knowing the strange confluence of fate and longing that surrounds her name, a name chosen by 3 different women for 3 different daughters. One who was never born, one who disappeared, and one who exists only in possibility. Story 6. I still remember the weight of that package in my hands, small, nondescript, wrapped in brown paper with my address carefully printed in blue ink. No return address. Just the weight of it, like a brick of secrets in my palm as I stood in the quiet of my hallway, sorting through the day's mail. Bills, advertisements, and this, something unexpected. The sound of tearing paper echoed softly in my empty house as I unwrapped it. Inside was a black plastic VHS tape. No label, no markings, just a small folded note that read, "For your records." The handwriting was neat but unfamiliar, the blue ink matching the address on the package. I should have thrown it away. That's what most reasonable people would have done. But curiosity is a quiet, persistent thing. It doesn't announce itself like fear or anger. It whispers, it nudges, It gently pulls you forward until you find yourself sliding the tape into an old VCR that's been gathering dust in your living room cabinet for years. The television hummed to life, that distinctive electronic whine filling the room as the screen flickered from blue to static, and then to an image so familiar it took me several long moments to understand what I was seeing. My living room, this living room, the very space I was sitting in. The footage was grainy, the kind of low-quality recording you'd expect from outdated equipment. Black and white, slightly off-center, as if the camera had been hastily positioned. What struck me most was the stillness of it. No dramatic music, no narration, just the silent, patient observation of my personal space. My coffee table with the stack of books I'd been meaning to read. The throw blanket draped over the arm of my couch, exactly how I'd left it that morning. The framed photograph of my sister and me at the beach last summer. All the little details that make a house a home, captured through someone else's lens. I felt the air in my lungs grow heavy, as if the oxygen had suddenly become thick and difficult to breathe. My fingers tightened around the remote control as I continued to watch, unable to look away. The timestamp in the corner of the screen indicated this was filmed 3 weeks ago, a Tuesday afternoon when I should have been at work, and indeed the living room was empty at first, just my furniture, my possessions, bathed in the gray light of a cloudy day filtering through the windows. Then I appeared. I watched myself enter the frame, keys jangling in my hand, setting down my purse on the side table like I always do. I watched myself kick off my shoes, roll my shoulders to release the tension of the workday, and head toward the kitchen, disappearing from view. The camera didn't follow. It remained fixed on the living room, patient and unblinking. Minutes passed on the recording. I heard myself, distant, muffled, moving around in the kitchen, the sound of a kettle whistling, the clink of a spoon against ceramic. Then I reappeared with a mug of tea, settling onto the couch, picking up a book. It was mundane, ordinary, and deeply, profoundly disturbing. Who had been in my home? How had they entered without leaving any trace? Why had they recorded these private moments of my life? And most importantly, why had they sent the evidence to me? I fast-forwarded through hours of footage, me reading, me talking on the phone, me falling asleep on the couch. The light changing as day turned to evening, the automatic lamp timer clicking on at precisely 6:30 p.m. Every detail of my routine laid bare, documented with clinical precision. I slowed the playback when I noticed something different. As the timestamp showed 9:17 p.m., the camera moved. Slightly at first, a subtle shift in angle and then with purpose. Whoever was filming had decided to change position. The frame now included my front door, centered perfectly in the shot. 3 minutes passed, then at exactly 9:20 p.m., someone knocked. On the recording, I watched myself startle awake on the couch, confused and disoriented. I remembered this night now, 3 weeks ago, a Tuesday. I'd fallen asleep reading and was woken by a knock at the door. When I'd checked, no one was there. But on the video, as my recorded self approached the door, the camera began to shake slightly. The breathing of the person behind it became audible, soft, controlled, excited. I heard a whisper so faint I had to rewind and turn up the volume to catch it. Not yet, not tonight. Then the footage cut to black. I sat in the same living room that had been violated by this unknown observer, the same couch where I'd been filmed without my knowledge. The VCR hummed softly, the tape having reached its end. Outside, the street was quiet, darkness having settled over the neighborhood hours ago. I called the police, of course. They took the tape as evidence, dusted for prints, and found nothing useful. No signs of forced entry, no fingerprints that didn't belong, no explanation for how someone had entered my home, set up recording equipment, and left without a trace. Change your locks, the officer advised me. Install a security system. File a report if anything else happens. Standard advice for an unusual situation. I followed it all. New locks, security cameras, motion sensors. For weeks, I jumped at every sound, checked and rechecked that doors and windows were secure. I stayed with friends for a while, then eventually returned home, armed with new security measures and fading fear. Months passed. The incident became a story I told rarely, a strange anecdote that people reacted to with appropriate shock and concern. Life continued. The tape became a memory, filed away with other unexplained moments. Until yesterday, when another package arrived. Same brown paper, same blue ink, no return address. This time I didn't open it. It sits now on my kitchen counter as I speak with the detective assigned to my case. He wants to open it here to document whatever we find. I can feel my heart pounding as he carefully unwraps the package, revealing another unmarked VHS tape and a note. "Did you miss me?" it reads. "I've been watching, always watching." The detective bags the evidence, assuring me they'll analyze it at the station. He recommends I stay elsewhere tonight while they process the tape and increase patrols in my neighborhood. As he's leaving, his radio crackles to life, a dispatcher's voice, tinny and urgent. "All units be advised. Similar packages reported at 5 other addresses in the Oak Hill area, all containing unmarked VHS tapes." The detective's expression changes, surprise giving way to focused concern. He speaks into his radio, requesting details, then turns back to me. "Ma'am, do you know anyone in the Oak Hill neighborhood? Any connections there?" I shake my head but then pause, a cold realization washing over me. My sister lived there before she moved last year, and the woman who bought her house. She looks a bit like me from a distance. Similar height, similar hair. The detective is silent for a moment, processing this information. "The first package," he says slowly. "The one you received months ago. I think it was meant for her. I think you received it by mistake. A simple error in delivery. A package meant for someone else, someone who resembled me, someone who lived in my sister's old house. A stalker who had been watching the wrong person all along." As I pack an overnight bag to stay at a hotel, I wonder about this woman I've never met who looks like me from a distance. Does she know she's being watched? Did she notice when the surveillance temporarily stopped, when her stalker mistakenly focused on me instead? And now that the mistake has been corrected, now that the watcher has found his intended target again, what happens next? The detective has promised protection for all of us involved. The investigation is ongoing. But as I close my suitcase and take one last look around my living room, the same view that was captured on that grainy black and white footage, I can't shake the feeling that someone is still watching, camera in hand, breath held in anticipation, waiting for the perfect moment to knock on the door. This time with the right address. Story 7. She was repotting a dying fern when the soil gave way to something hard. A tooth, human, intact and gold-capped. Digging deeper, she found more, not just teeth. Names. Each one scratched into flat stones laid in a perfect circle. I remember the call coming in just as the afternoon light began to soften. That golden hour when shadows stretch long across my office floor, when the dust motes dance in slanted beams through Venetian blinds. I was finishing my third cup of coffee, its bitterness lingering on my tongue as I picked up the receiver. "Detective Mercer," I answered, my voice carrying the weight of 20 years on the force. The voice on the other end belonged to Officer Patterson, young and still earnest. "Sir, we've got something unusual at 1742 Sycamore Lane. Woman found what looks like human remains while gardening." I sighed quietly, placing my mug down on a ring-stained case file. "What kind of remains are we talking about?" "Teeth, sir, and some stones with names carved into them, arranged in a circle." My interest piqued. In my line of work, patterns rarely appear by accident. The drive to Sycamore Lane took 17 minutes. The neighborhood was quiet, respectable, rows of craftsman homes with neatly trimmed hedges and American flags hanging limp in the still evening air. The kind of place where neighbors wave but don't pry, where secrets can rest undisturbed for years beneath a thin veneer of normalcy. Number 1742 was a sage green two-story with white trim. Martha Ellis had lived there for 8 months, divorced, mid-50s, librarian at the county branch, no criminal record, no history of mental health issues, just a woman who wanted to save a dying fern. I found her sitting at her kitchen table, hands wrapped around a mug of tea that had long gone cold. Her fingernails still had dirt caked underneath them. "Ms. Ellis," I said gently, sliding into the chair across from her, "I'm Detective Mercer. Can you tell me exactly what you found today?" She looked up at me, her eyes clear but distant. "I bought the fern at an estate sale last spring. It belonged to old Mrs. Chambers, who lived down on Maple Street. She passed away in February." I nodded, waiting. Sometimes silence is the most effective tool in my arsenal. "The plant was dying," she continued after a moment. "Yellow leaves drooping. I thought it needed a bigger pot." Her fingers tightened around the mug. "When I was transferring it, my fingers hit something hard in the soil. I thought it was a rock at first, but when I pulled it out," she shuddered slightly, "it was a tooth, a human tooth with a gold cap." "And you kept digging," I prompted softly. "I should have called you right away, but curiosity got the better of me." She looked down at her hands, ashamed. "I found 7 more teeth scattered in the soil, and beneath them, flat stones, river stones, arranged in a perfect circle. Each one had a name scratched into it." "Do you remember the names?" She nodded slowly. "Elizabeth, Thomas, Sarah, William, Rebecca, James, Margaret, Daniel." The names meant nothing to me, not yet, but they would. Names always tell a story if you know how to listen. Officer Patterson had collected the teeth and stones, carefully placing each in separate evidence bags. I examined them under the bright kitchen lights. The golden cap on the first tooth gleamed dully. The etching on the stones was crude but deliberate, carved with patience and purpose. "Ms. Ellis, did Mrs. Chambers have any family?" I asked. "A nephew, I believe. He handled the estate sale. Franklin was his name, Franklin Chambers." I made a note in my small leather-bound notebook. The paper was smooth beneath my pen, the ink flowing in dark, precise lines. "Do you know if Mrs. Chambers was a gardener?" Martha shook her head. "Not from what I gathered. The house was being cleared out. The fern was one of the few living things left. The nephew seemed eager to get rid of everything." "Interesting, a nephew in a hurry to erase his aunt's existence." Back at the station, I spread the evidence bags across my desk. 8 teeth, 8 names. The golden cap winked under the fluorescent lights as I turned it gently with a gloved finger. No visible blood or tissue remained. These had been cleaned for some time. I ran the names through our database. No missing persons reports matched the combination of first names. I expanded the search to include historical records and cemetery plots within the county. At 2:17 a.m., I found something. A smallpox outbreak in 1878 had claimed 8 lives in our town, all members of the founding Chambers family. Elizabeth, Thomas, Sarah, William, Rebecca, James, Margaret, and Daniel Chambers. According to historical society records, they were buried in unmarked graves on what was once Chambers property, land that had been subdivided over decades into what was now Sycamore Lane and the surrounding streets. Sleep eluded me that night. I drove back to Martha Ellis's house as dawn broke, the sky turning from charcoal to lavender. With her permission, I examined the fern more closely. The pot was ceramic, hand-painted with delicate blue flowers, an heirloom perhaps. The soil itself was rich and dark, unlike the sandy loam native to our region. This had been specially prepared, lovingly maintained. 3 days later, I stood on the porch of a modest apartment across town. Franklin Chambers opened the door on the third knock. He was thin, with wire-rimmed glasses and prematurely gray hair. "Mr. Chambers," I said, showing my badge. "Detective Mercer, I'd like to ask you a few questions about your aunt." His eyes darted over my shoulder, checking the hallway behind me. "What about her? She passed months ago." "May I come in?" His apartment was sparse and impersonal, a temporary space for a man waiting for something, or running from something. We sat in straight-backed chairs while I asked him about his aunt, her possessions, the estate sale. His answers were direct but truncated, offering no additional information beyond what was asked. "The fern," I said finally. "The one that Martha Ellis purchased, did it have any special significance to your aunt?" A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was just a plant. "Your family has deep roots in this town, going back to the founding, I believe." He nodded once, cautiously. "I found records of a smallpox outbreak in 1878. 8 Chambers family members died." His posture stiffened almost imperceptibly. "What does this have to do with my aunt's fern?" "Ms. Ellis found something unusual in that fern pot, human teeth, and stones with names carved into them, the same names as those who died in 1878. The silence in the room grew heavy, pressing against my eardrums. "My aunt," he said slowly, "was the family historian. She believed in keeping connections to the past. By collecting human remains. By honoring ancestors," he corrected sharply. "Those teeth were passed down through generations. Family lore says they were collected before burial, a token to remember them by. The stones were prayer tokens, meant to keep their spirits at peace." "And why hide them in a potted plant?" His eyes met mine steadily. "Because people don't understand traditions that aren't their own. My aunt was protecting our family history from judgment." I leaned back in my chair, considering. "And you? Were you protecting the family history when you sold the fern at the estate sale?" The flush that crept up his neck told me everything. He hadn't known. His aunt had kept her secret even from him. Weeks passed. The medical examiner confirmed the teeth were indeed over a century old, consistent with extraction methods of the late 1800s. Without evidence of a crime, the case file grew thin. Franklin Chambers provided family documentation tracing the teeth's passage through generations, yellowed letters and diary entries describing the practice as an act of reverence, not desecration. The stones and teeth were eventually returned to him. Whether they made their way back into the soil of the fern, I never learned. Sometimes on quiet evenings, I find myself thinking about Martha Ellis and her dying plant, about the thin membrane between the past and present, about the secrets we bury and those we tend. The Chambers family had found a way to keep their dead close, to nurture them in new soil, to water them daily, to place them where light could reach them. Perhaps there was a strange comfort in that, a refusal to surrender completely to loss. And sometimes, late at night when sleep escapes me, I wonder about my own ancestors, their names long forgotten, their remains scattered to places unknown. I wonder if they too might prefer to rest in living soil rather than cold ground, their names etched in stone, arranged in a perfect circle under the fronds of a fern. I wonder what other secrets lie beneath the surface of ordinary things, waiting for someone to dig just a little deeper. Story 8. I've been investigating unusual cases for 15 years, but this one still sends a chill through me whenever my phone rings late at night. It began with a file landing on my desk in late October, the kind that doesn't scream urgency but somehow pulls at your attention nonetheless. Allison Mercer, 34, marketing executive, living alone in her renovated brownstone in the quieter part of the city. She wasn't reporting a break-in, an assault, or any traditional crime. Instead, she sat across from me in the interview room, her fingers wrapped tightly around a ceramic mug of untouched coffee, describing something far more unsettling. The calls started soft, she explained, her voice barely above a whisper, just static, then clicks, but eventually a voice came through, calm, familiar. She paused, looking down at her trembling hands. It whispered my old passwords, bank logins, emails, even journals, and when I asked who it was, it replied, "You used to tell me everything." I remember the subtle weight of my pen as I wrote these details down, the scratch of ballpoint against paper unnaturally loud in the quiet room. The heating system hummed gently in the background, creating a cocoon of warmth that contrasted with the coldness of what she was describing. "How long has this been happening?" I asked, careful to keep my tone neutral, measured. 3 weeks, Allison replied, always after midnight, always from a different number. The case file in front of me was thin, just her initial report and a list of phone numbers that led nowhere. Each call had come from a prepaid phone, used once and discarded, untraceable, deliberate. I spent that evening in the dim light of my office, surrounded by the gentle whir of an old desktop computer as I searched through Allison's digital footprint. Her social media presence was carefully curated, professional, polished, revealing little of substance. Yet someone knew her deeply enough to access passwords that weren't written down anywhere, according to her statement. The next day I visited her home. The brownstone sat nestled between identical buildings, its façade unremarkable save for the carefully tended window boxes filled with autumn flowers. Inside, everything was in its place. No signs of forced entry, no disruption to the carefully arranged furniture or the precisely aligned row of books on her shelves. "May I asked, gesturing toward her laptop sitting closed on the kitchen island. She nodded, sliding it toward me. The device revealed nothing unusual at first glance. No malware that our tech team could detect. No remote access programs. Nothing to explain how someone could know what they knew. That night, with Allison's permission, I sat in her dimly lit living room, waiting. The grandfather clock in the corner marked time with soft, rhythmic ticks. Outside, occasional cars passed by, their headlights briefly illuminating the room through the sheer curtains before disappearing again. At 12:17 a.m., her phone rang. I watched as she answered and placed it on speaker. The static came first, just as she had described, followed by a series of clicks that reminded me of an old dial-up connection. Then, emerging from the white noise like a ship appearing through fog, came the voice. "Hello, Allison," male, soft, almost tender. "Remember your diary from college, Purple Daisy 92. You wrote about him there, the professor, how he made you feel special." I saw her face drain of color as the voice continued, reciting details from a password-protected journal she claimed existed only on a hard drive locked in her desk drawer. As the investigation deepened, I spent countless hours tracing digital breadcrumbs through the soft glow of computer screens. The technical team found nothing, no breaches, no hacks, no digital footprints leading to our mystery caller. The calls continued, each night a different number, each conversation revealing another layer of intimate knowledge that no stranger should possess. On the 7th night of my involvement, something changed. I was reviewing security footage from Allison's office building when my phone buzzed with a text from her. "He's talking about you now." I arrived at her home in 20 minutes, finding her curled in an armchair, her phone on the coffee table as if it might bite her if she held it too close. "What did he say?" I asked, keeping my voice level despite the unease settling into my bones. "He said you wouldn't find him because you're looking in the wrong places." Her eyes met mine. "He said, tell the detective to check the wedding photos." I hadn't told Allison I was divorced. I hadn't mentioned the painful separation 3 years earlier, or the boxes of memories I still kept in my closet, including our wedding album. The investigation shifted then from Allison to me. What connected us? How did this person know both her secrets and mine? The answer came from the most unexpected place. As I reviewed Allison's employment history for the 3rd time, a name caught my attention, a small tech startup where she had worked for 6 months 5 years ago, the same company that had briefly employed my ex-wife as a consultant. The database specialist at the company confirmed what I was beginning to suspect. Both Allison and my ex-wife had used the same custom customer relationship management software, a program that we discovered had been quietly collecting personal data beyond its authorized scope. The programmer who created it, James Merritt, had left the company 4 years ago after a dispute over ownership of the code. He had disappeared into the digital ether, taking with him backdoor access to years of harvested data, fragments of private conversations, saved passwords, personal notes never meant to be shared. When we finally traced him to a small apartment across the city, we found walls covered with printouts, names connected by red string, and a sophisticated setup of computers monitoring dozens of lives simultaneously. James didn't just know Allison's passwords, he had been collecting intimate details from hundreds of people, piecing together their lives like puzzles for his own entertainment. He never physically harmed anyone. His crime was more insidious, the violation of digital boundaries, the theft of privacy, the intimate intrusion into lives that believed themselves secure behind passwords and encrypted files. As I watched him being led away in handcuffs, his eyes met mine with unsettling calmness. "We're all connected," he said softly, "more than any of you realize." The case was closed, but something remains unresolved. Sometimes, late at night when the world is quiet, I wonder about all the digital fragments of ourselves we scatter across the internet, whispered confessions, secret fears, private moments, and who might be collecting them, piecing them together, coming to know us in ways we never intended. And sometimes, when my phone rings after midnight, I let it go to voicemail. Story 9. The afternoon light filtered through the dusty windows of the Victorian house as I made my way up the creaking staircase. The renovation project had been going on for 3 weeks now, and Mrs. Winters was eager to have the fireplace working before the first autumn chill. I ran my fingers along the ornate wooden banister, feeling the history beneath my fingertips. Houses like these always tell stories if you know how to listen. Just checking the chimney structure, I called out to Mrs. Winters, who was busy arranging furniture in the living room below. She had purchased the property last month, her dream home, she'd said, after it had sat vacant for nearly 7 years. The inspection room was small, tucked away in the attic where the main chimney stack passed through. The air was heavy with decades of settled dust dancing in the slanted beams of sunlight. I switched on my flashlight, directing it up the sooty darkness of the flue. That's when my beam caught something unusual, an edge too straight to be brick, too deliberate to be debris. I reached for my telescoping tool and gently prodded the object. It didn't budge at first, then shifted slightly with a soft scraping sound. Something was wedged in there, something that shouldn't be. I extended my tool further, carefully working it loose until gravity did the rest. It fell with a heavy thud, sending a cloud of soot billowing around me. When the dust settled, I found myself staring at a medium-sized leather suitcase. Vintage, cracked with age, but the brass lock was intact. It wasn't especially heavy, but it was solid enough. Something inside shifted when I tilted it. My fingers traced the worn edges, and I noticed faded initials embossed in the corner, MG. I carried it downstairs, my footsteps slow and deliberate on each step. Mrs. Winters looked up from arranging flowers, her expression shifting from curiosity to something I couldn't quite read when she saw what I was carrying. I found this lodged in the chimney, I explained, setting it down on the coffee table between us. It's been there a long time by the look of it. She approached cautiously as if the suitcase might suddenly spring open. Can we open it? I examined the lock. It's old but solid. I can get my tools from the truck. When I returned with a small set of picks, Mrs. Winters was standing by the window, arms crossed, watching the street outside. Something in her posture seemed tense, withdrawn. I worked on the lock in silence, the soft clicking of metal against metal the only sound in the room. Finally, there was a satisfying clunk as the mechanism gave way. "Would you like to do the honors?" I asked. She hesitated, then slowly moved forward, kneeling beside the table. With trembling fingers, she lifted the lid. The hinges protested with a low groan. Inside, neatly folded, was a child's jacket, faded blue wool, small brass buttons, sized for perhaps a 7 or 8-year-old. Mrs. Winters reached for it, then stopped, her hand hovering. I noticed a small white tag sewn into the collar. When she finally picked it up, the tag revealed a name and institution: Martin Geller, Brightwood Children's Home. "Brightwood," I murmured. "That orphanage closed in the 70s, didn't it? There was some scandal." Mrs. Winters didn't respond. She was staring at something else in the suitcase. Beneath the jacket was a worn leather-bound notebook and a stack of papers, drawings. I leaned closer as she spread them across the table. They were done in crayon and pencil, the artwork of a child, but with an unsettling precision. Each one depicted the same woman, tall, slim, with long dark hair and a sad smile. Some showed her reading a book, others cooking or walking in a garden. In one she stood by a window, looking out at rain. The detail was remarkable for a child's work. "These are quite good," I commented, trying to break the heavy silence that had fallen. Mrs. Winters picked up one drawing with shaking hands. "When did you say this house was built?" 1898, I replied. "It's been through several owners. The realtor mentioned it was originally owned by the family who funded Brightwood, but I don't know much else about its history." She nodded absently, then opened the notebook. Inside were childish letters, dated entries. The handwriting improved as the pages progressed, spanning what appeared to be several years. I couldn't read most of it from my angle, but certain phrases caught my eye. "Miss Aliner says I can go home soon, and she promised we would be together." As Mrs. Winters flipped through the pages, something fell out, a black and white photograph. It showed a woman standing in front of this very house, her hand resting on the gate. Even in the faded image, there was no mistaking her. She was the woman from the drawings. Mrs. Winters went completely still. The color drained from her face as she stared at the photograph. "Are you all right?" I asked, concerned by her reaction. "This woman," she whispered, "she looks exactly like my grandmother." She turned the photo over. Written in faded ink was Aliner, 1965. My eyes moved from the photograph to Mrs. Winters' face, seeing the unmistakable resemblance. The same high cheekbones, the same slight tilt to the eyes. "My grandmother never mentioned living here," she continued, her voice barely audible. "She never mentioned a child." I picked up the jacket again, examining the tag more closely. Below the name was another line, almost worn away. Guardian, Aliner Winters. "Could she have been a foster parent?" I suggested gently. Mrs. Winters was already reaching for her phone. "I need to call my mother. This doesn't make any sense." While she stepped into the next room, I continued examining the contents of the suitcase. At the very bottom, tucked into a side pocket, I found a small envelope. Inside was a newspaper clipping from 1967, yellowed with age. The headline read, "Investigation continues into disappearance of Brightwood child." The article was brief, mentioning that 8-year-old Martin Geller had vanished from the orphanage grounds during an outing. Staff reported he was last seen talking to a woman who matched Aliner Winters' description. The case had apparently gone cold, with no suspects named. When Mrs. Winters returned, her face was ashen. "My mother says grandmother worked at Brightwood as a nurse in the 60s. She never mentioned any specific children." I hesitated, then handed her the clipping. She read it silently, her hands beginning to tremble again. "There's something else," she said, her voice hollow. "My mother said grandmother was questioned about a missing child once, but nothing came of it. The family never spoke of it." We both looked at the suitcase. Its contents spread between us like puzzle pieces to a mystery neither of us was prepared to solve. "Why would she hide this?" Mrs. Winters whispered, "and how did it end up in the chimney?" I had no answer. We sat in silence as the shadows lengthened across the room. Outside, the wind picked up, sending a whisper through the old chimney, a sound like the soft sigh of a child. 2 days later, I returned to continue work on the fireplace. Mrs. Winters met me at the door, dark circles under her eyes suggesting sleepless nights. "I found more," she said without preamble. "In the basement, behind a loose brick, letters. Aliner was planning to adopt Martin officially, but something happened with his birth parents. She paused, and I found this. She handed me a small, worn teddy bear with one button eye missing. It was in the garden, buried under the rose bushes. Her voice cracked slightly. "I've called a detective friend of mine. He's coming this afternoon." I nodded, unsure what to say. As I worked that day, I couldn't shake the feeling that the house was watching us, that every creak and settle was the building itself shifting uncomfortably, reluctant to give up any more of its secrets. The detective arrived as I was finishing up. I overheard fragments of their conversation, ground-penetrating radar and historical case files. Mrs. Winters mentioned she'd contacted Brightwood's archived records office. I've been back to the house several times since then. The investigation is ongoing. They haven't found remains, but they did discover a small room hidden behind a false wall in the basement. A child's room, preserved like a shrine, untouched for decades. Mrs. Winters tells me she dreams of him now, a small boy with serious eyes, standing at the foot of her bed, holding his teddy bear. In the dreams, he never speaks, just watches her with an expression that could be either accusation or relief. Sometimes, she says, he points toward the garden. I still wonder about Alina Winters. Was she a kidnapper, a would-be mother denied by bureaucracy? Or something more complex, a woman who made a terrible choice that haunted her until her death. The case remains open. The suitcase sits in an evidence locker downtown. And sometimes when I drive past the old Victorian house, I imagine I see a small face at the attic window, watching, waiting for someone to finally piece together the whole story of what happened all those years ago. Some mysteries are never truly solved. They simply change hands, passed down like unwanted heirlooms, their weight settling on new shoulders. Mrs. Winters still lives in the house. She says she owes it to Martin to discover the truth. And somewhere in the space between justice and memory, a child's story waits to be told. Story 10. The river flowed lazily that morning, its surface smooth as glass, creating a serene atmosphere along the shore. The fisherman's eyes wandered absent-mindedly until they caught sight of something unusual, a suitcase gently bobbing near the water's edge. Initially dismissing it as discarded belongings, he approached it slowly. But a pungent odor assaulted his senses as he neared the case, thick, overpowering, impossible to ignore. Wrapped in chains, its metal edges weathered by time, the suitcase held a macabre secret. When authorities forced it open, it wasn't clothes they found inside. It was hair, fingers frozen in a haunting grip, and at the bottom a cryptic message: "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer shielded her nose with a handkerchief, surveying the grim discovery before her. The victim, a woman in her 30s, lay motionless, her once dark hair now tangled and her pale skin marked by the water's touch. The medical examiner worked meticulously, documenting every detail before the body was taken away. What struck Mercer most was not the brutality of the act, but the eerie care taken in presenting the victim manicured nails, freshly styled hair, dressed in luxurious attire. She wasn't just discarded here, Mercer murmured, observing the rhythmic lapping of the water against the muddy bank. She was arranged, showcased. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent specializing in high-end properties. Divorced, childless, she lived alone in an upscale neighborhood. Colleagues portrayed her as driven, precise, and private. Her disappearance was reported by her assistant when she failed to show up for a crucial showing with affluent clients. She wouldn't miss that appointment, the assistant insisted during questioning. That sale would have been her crowning achievement. Investigators meticulously combed through Walsh's sleek, modern home. Everything was immaculate, almost unnaturally so. Designer furniture meticulously placed, not a speck of dust in sight. the fridge stocked with neatly arranged meals labeled by day. Her closet organized by color, shoes neatly stored in protective bags. The anomaly lay in her home office, a slightly open drawer revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry read, "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Delving into Walsh's digital footprint uncovered a peculiar pattern in her emails, numerous messages from unfamiliar sources containing the same ominous phrase, "I see your perfection," all sent at precisely the same time on various days. Her internet searches revealed a quest for home security systems and self-defense tools. Drawing connections between these findings and the crime scene, Mercer confided in her partner, "Our perpetrator is methodical. This was no crime of passion. This was a meticulously planned ritual." A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected informant. A local pawnshop owner recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace, absent from her belongings. The individual who had pawned it was a regular customer, Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker. Surveillance footage captured Linden entering Walsh's building multiple times over several months, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without, always when she was away showcasing properties. Linden's humble apartment held a chilling secret. Photographs of Walsh and other women adorned the walls, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured unknowingly. Some images were crossed out with red ink. Walsh was the third victim. Concealed behind a false panel in his closet, investigators unearthed a shrine. Each victim's possessions meticulously arranged: a hairbrush with strands, tissues imprinted with lipstick, receipts, keys. A journal documenting daily habits, preferences, routines. Linden remained composed when brought in for questioning, his tidy appearance and soft-spoken demeanor belying the horrors he had committed. Confronted with evidence, he finally uttered, devoid of emotion, "They were flawed. They presented a facade of flawlessness, but I saw through it. Catherine's desk drawer was always messy. She missed a spot with her lipstick. Her perfection was a facade." The search for the two victims referenced in his note led authorities to remote locations where two more suitcases were retrieved. Inside lay women resembling Walsh, both real estate agents who marketed themselves as perfectionists. During Linden's trial, he sat stoically as prosecutors outlined his meticulous methods. He had stalked each woman, infiltrating their lives, dissecting their routines. Before ending their lives, he corrected what he deemed as imperfections, washing their hair, applying makeup precisely, dressing them in finery. The victims' families watched in silence as the judge sentenced Linden to life imprisonment without parole. For Detective Mercer, the case concluded officially, yet unanswered questions lingered. What triggered Linden's fixation on these particular women? What personal flaw was he attempting to expunge through his heinous acts? The river continued its tranquil journey downstream, erasing all traces along its path. But in the precinct on Mercer's desk lay copies of those chilling journals, reminders that darkness may dwell hidden behind ordinary facades. And sometimes the greatest threats are those concealed in plain sight, observing, waiting for a single imperfection to surface. Story 11: The Enigmatic House. The listing by the realtor made no mention of a basement, and the blueprints gave no hint of its existence. Yet, as the family uncovered a hidden door beneath the old carpet, curiosity mingled with trepidation. A heavy, rusted handle awaited their touch, requiring the combined effort of three to reveal the secrets lying beyond. The musty air that greeted them was thick with the aroma of damp earth, hinting at mysteries yet to be unveiled. Descending the steps into the darkness, anticipation mingled with unease. Storage was expected, but what they found was far more unsettling. A solitary chair stood in the dimly lit basement, a single light bulb swaying above it, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. And there a chilling discovery awaited them: a row of photographs depicting scenes from their own lives. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban property amidst the winter's embrace, seeking character and history within its faded walls. Little did they know the depths of history that lay concealed within, poised to intertwine with their present in unforeseen ways. Detective Sarah Connors, accompanied by her partner, arrived at the property shrouded in mystery. The crime scene unit had already secured the area with fluttering yellow tape, marking the boundary between the ordinary and the inexplicable. Mrs. Mercer's trembling voice had alerted them to the hidden chamber beneath their feet, urging swift documentation before further exploration. Gloved hands expertly handled cameras, capturing the essence of the unknown as the forensic team delved into the enigmatic basement. Within the compact space, concrete walls painted a somber gray enclosed a chair bolted to the floor under the harsh glow of a solitary bulb. The real intrigue lay in the meticulously arranged photographs that adorned the wall, each image a haunting reflection of moments stolen from the family's privacy. No signs of forced entry, no theft, only a chilling invasion of their sanctuary, leaving them adrift in a sea of uncertainty. As the investigation unfolded, each revelation deepened the shadows cast by the house's dark past. Previous owners held keys to the enigma, their fingerprints lingering in the silent corners of the basement. A trail of obscured records hinted at a malevolent force lurking within the very walls of the house, a force determined to unravel the lives of those who dared to call it home. The contractor's disbelief only fueled the growing unease surrounding the house's secrets. Memories extracted from hidden caches revealed a meticulous surveillance operation, orchestrated by an unseen presence that had haunted generations of unsuspecting families. The journal's chilling entries hinted at a deranged mind fixated on the intimate details of lives it had no right to observe. The truth emerged like a specter from the shadows, revealing Edward Kelvin, the elusive architect of the house's secrets, a phantom who had woven himself into the fabric of its very being. His spectral presence, undetected by the oblivious residents, bore witness to their every move, their every whispered conversation. Kelvin's capture unveiled a mind detached from reality, a distorted perception of ownership that blurred the lines between guardian and intruder. Families fled, leaving behind echoes of lives disrupted by an unseen malevolence, their trust shattered by the revelation of their unwitting participation in Kelvin's twisted theater. The trial exposed the house's macabre design, a stage set for Kelvin's voyeuristic obsessions. And as the wrecking ball struck, reducing the house to rubble, the families haunted by its legacy found themselves gazing into the void left behind, questioning the sanctity of their most private moments. The enigmatic house, now a memory buried beneath layers of soil, whispered its secrets to the wind, a cautionary tale of walls that watched and shadows that listened. And in the quiet of the night, those who had once called it home wondered if they had ever truly been alone, or if unseen eyes still lingered in the corners, waiting to reclaim what was never theirs to take. Story 12. The worn envelope exuded an air of antiquity, its corners tinged with yellowing age, yet the stamp displayed a crispness that hinted at recent dispatch. With cautious hands, the detective unfurled its contents. Nestled within was a solitary sheet of paper bearing a message typed in a hurried, erratic script. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper felt clammy to the touch, carrying a faint scent of iron that lingered in the air. It was only upon closer inspection that the detective noticed a reddish smear along the lower edge, distinct from any ink. Detective Sarah Morgan delicately transferred the letter into an evidence pouch, her gloved fingers deftly handling it with practiced precision. The forensic team had already verified her suspicions. The crimson stain was indeed human blood, its DNA matching samples gathered from an unsolved homicide that had plagued the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, bearing multiple stab wounds. Her laptop was absent, her notes strewn across the floor, hinting at a possible connection to the story she had been pursuing. Despite exhaustive interviews and extensive investigative efforts, the case had grown cold over time. But now this enigmatic missive had materialized at the precinct, simply addressed to the Homicide Division. The scant fingerprints on the paper and envelope hinted at a careful sender, possibly gloved to avoid detection. The postmark provided a long-awaited lead. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Morgan set the letter at the heart of a cluttered board adorned with crime scene snapshots, timelines, and fruitless suspect profiles. "This changes everything," she intoned, her voice a hushed murmur. "Our perpetrator harbors remorse." Detective James Chen, Morgan's steadfast partner in the investigation, scrutinized the letter thoughtfully. "Or perhaps they wished to convey the illusion of contrition," he ventured. "The blood could be a theatrical ploy, a means of toying with us." The forensic squad traced the unique impressions from the typewriter to a vintage model long out of production, a rarity but not unattainable. They embarked on a quest, reaching out to antique vendors and collectors far and wide. As the inquiry gained momentum, they delved deeper into Rebecca's life. Her editor painted a portrait of a relentless journalist dedicated to unveiling corruption. Her latest venture had delved into a prominent family entangled in local politics, embroiled in a feud following the patriarch's demise. The siblings clashed over a contentious inheritance, accusations of manipulation rife among them. When revisiting Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, subtle shifts in his demeanor emerged, evident under the scrutiny of the newfound evidence. Rebecca spoke of a shadow trailing her, he confessed hesitantly. "I dismissed it as paranoia driven by her investigation. I should have heeded her warnings." While the team explored this lead, a second letter materialized, bearing the same typewritten script and telltale bloodstains. The message expanded. She unraveled truths about the family, the inheritance, the patriarch's demise. "My intentions never reached such dire ends." The trail led to the ancestral manor of the deceased patriarch, where the eldest son, Richard, maintained a trove of antiquities, including several vintage typewriters. His responses during interrogation appeared rehearsed, overly polished. A breakthrough surfaced as microscopic fibers on the envelopes linked back to custom stationery exclusive to the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. Upon interrogation, Eleanor disclosed Richard's request to borrow her stationery weeks prior. A search of Richard's domicile unveiled a concealed chamber housing clippings about Rebecca, surveillance snapshots, and a vintage typewriter mirroring the one utilized for the letters. Forensic analysis confirmed the blood as Rebecca's. Astonishment rippled through the team upon unearthing the financial transactions between Richard and Michael. Bank records divulged substantial payments preceding Rebecca's tragic demise. Confronted, Michael crumbled under the weight of his guilt. She uncovered evidence of Richard's treachery, poisoning his father for financial gain, he divulged. "I relayed her findings to Richard, believing it would deter her pursuit. I never fathomed he would resort to violence." The puzzle neared completion when Eleanor disclosed a clandestine recording capturing Richard and Michael plotting against Rebecca. Richard's voice resonated with chilling clarity. She must be silenced definitively. In a bid to flee, Richard was apprehended. The prosecution wove a narrative around the letters, the typewriter, the financial transactions, and Eleanor's damning recording. Striking a deal, Michael offered his testimony. Throughout the trial, Richard vehemently professed his innocence, assigning blame to Michael's machinations. Yet the weight of evidence proved insurmountable. The jury swiftly deliberated, rendering a damning verdict of guilt. As Richard was escorted away in restraints, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents, a silent solace offered in the wake of their irreparable loss. The blood-tainted letters lingered in the confines of evidence storage, a poignant reminder that even the most meticulously orchestrated crimes leave behind traces. Remorse, whether authentic or strategic, emerges as the downfall of those who believe themselves architects of the perfect crime. The saga of Rebecca Warren emerged as a cornerstone in detective lore, imparting a timeless lesson to burgeoning investigators that breakthroughs can stem from humble relics like an archaic typewriter, underpinned by the burden of guilt that shadows a killer's conscience. Story 13. In the quiet town, there was a house forgotten by all, nestled at the edge of the woods. It stood solitary, its windows darkened, its porch bowed with age. No one laid claim to it, no memory lingered of its builder. But when a band of hikers strayed too near, they beheld a curious sight: names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep like ominous omens. At the foot of the list, fresh and untouched, appeared a name none recognized. Until a whisper, trembling with fear, revealed, "That name is mine." The night was pierced by a call to dispatch, catalogued as a routine trespassing issue. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who had unearthed his own name carved into the desolate house. Responding officers anticipated mere mischief, maybe teenage tomfoolery among companions, yet what awaited them defied all logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as dusk descended upon the forest. Her flashlight beam cut through the gloom, revealing the weathered front of the dwelling. The names, 27 in total, stretched vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded with time, nearly vanishing against the weathered wood. Others remained sharp, as though freshly carved. And at the bottom, Mason Wright, the incision still bearing traces of sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason declared, his breath forming mist in the chilly air. "I can't fathom how anyone would know my name." The inquiry commenced with background checks on each listed name. The findings sent shivers through the detective team. Every name matched a person reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had gone cold, others remained open, but all shared a chilling detail: the individuals had vanished while hiking alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a missing persons case from 37 years ago. Records narrated a young woman who ventured into these very woods, never to return. Search parties uncovered nothing save for a lone hiking boot near a stream. Detective Keller extensively interviewed Mason. His account remained unwavering. He had no ties to the area beyond the hiking trip with his college friends. They had chosen the trail randomly, guided by an online suggestion. Nothing in his background linked him to the other names adorning the wall. The focus then shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, shared snapshots taken during their journey. Upon scrutiny, analysts noticed a disconcerting presence. A blurred silhouette loomed in the background of 3 separate photos. A tall, slender figure, partly obscured by trees. "We never spotted anyone else on the trail," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller sanctioned a search of the house's interior. Abandoned, it seemed, dust cloaked every surface, furniture lay in disarray. But in the basement, a ghastly scene awaited. Personal effects of the missing hikers sat neatly arranged on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each labeled with a name from the exterior wall. Technicians meticulously documented every item. Beneath ultraviolet light, bloodstains emerged on the concrete floor, years of attempts to scrub them clean. Despite cadaver dogs alerting near the dense forest behind the property, no bodies lay buried under the house. As the investigation deepened, Mason Wright exhibited peculiar behavior. He reported eerie incidents, whispers beyond his apartment, fresh footprints leading to his door but not away, shadowy figures observing from the street. Despite assigned protection, Mason's paranoia escalated. Breakthrough surfaced when buried land records were unearthed from county archives. The house had belonged to a recluse named Victor Blackwood, a hunter who vanished 15 years past, his disappearance left unprobed. Detective Keller secured a warrant to delve into the surrounding forest. There, a network of rudimentary hunting blinds was uncovered, strategically positioned along popular trails. Inside one, a journal was found, detailing meticulous observations of hikers' routes, gear, behaviors. The writing matched Blackwood's few known documents. Entries evolved from animal hunting techniques to human prey habits, weaknesses, strategies for capture. The final pages chronicled stalking each victim on the wall, with elaborate accounts of target selection. A manhunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters with thermal imaging scanned the woods. Tactical units combed every crevice, yet the suspect eluded capture. Mason ceased answering calls. Officers arriving at his apartment discovered it deserted, save for a chilling message freshly carved on his bedroom wall: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason persisted without fruition. During a subsequent sweep of Blackwood's house, technicians stumbled upon a gruesome find. Behind a false wall in the basement lay a workshop stocked with woodworking tools, wood preservatives, and a freshly carved piece bearing a new name, that of the lead forensic technician who was absent that day. Authorities established a vigilant perimeter, cameras and sensors poised for any intrusion. 3 nights later, alarms blared. Surveillance footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall, unnaturally slender, moving with grace. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras briefly faltered. Upon recovery, the figure had vanished. The house remains under watch, a silent sentinel. Mason and the technician were never recovered. The investigation persists, with fresh resources deployed as disappearances echo in other wooded realms. The names on the wall have become whispered among law enforcers, some too fearful to speak them aloud. Local hikers skirt the house, fearing that mere mention may add their names to that dreadful roster, the names unspoken. Story 14. Once upon a time, in the quiet of the night, a flicker danced across the baby monitor's screen, a fleeting anomaly that caught the mother's eye. At first, she brushed it off as mere interference, a glitch in the technology. But then the audio crackled, and a soft, haunting voice whispered through the static, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A shiver ran down her spine, chilling her to the core. With a racing heart, she hurried to her son's room, only to find an empty crib bathed in moonlight. The window stood sealed shut, the door securely locked. The only peculiar sight was a stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its glossy black eyes fixed upon her in silent accusation. Rebecca's scream pierced the night, tearing through the stillness until her voice grew hoarse. The neighbors, stirred by her cries, summoned help, and soon emergency services arrived to find her cradling the stuffed rabbit, lost in a world of disbelief and fear. Her 4-month-old son, Samuel, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that echoed through the walls of their home. The investigation that followed unfolded like a cryptic puzzle with few clues to guide the way. There were no signs of forced entry, no alarms triggered by unwelcome intruders. The baby monitor footage, once a source of comfort, now held a sinister secret, a voice from the shadows, a presence unseen. How could someone slip in and steal a child without leaving a single trace, save for a misplaced toy with accusing eyes? Suspicion turned towards Rebecca, the mother whose anguish seemed too composed, too controlled for a soul shattered by loss. Her husband, Daniel, returned from his travels to a world turned upside down, a marriage strained by unspoken tensions, secrets festering beneath the surface. Whispers of postpartum struggles, of a mother's quiet descent into darkness, lingered in the air like a ghostly echo. Then a glimmer of hope, a shard of truth, emerged from the darkness. Fibers, delicate as spider silk, clung to the nursery windowsill, foreign to their home, hinting at a clandestine entry from the outside. The investigation veered towards the shadows, towards a figure lurking in the night, unseen yet ever present. As the pieces fell into place, a portrait of betrayal emerged. Daniel, with hands marked by secrets, harbored a past veiled in shadows. A life insurance policy, a second family hidden from view, and a web of deceit spun around a child lost to the night. The truth, like a hidden current, flowed beneath the surface, waiting to be unveiled. The baby monitor, once a conduit of comfort, now stood at the center of the storm. Its digital whispers, manipulated by unseen hands, led the investigators to a chilling revelation: a basement harboring a lost soul, a woman named Elaine, haunted by a past that bled into the present. Through a web of lies and deceit, a tale of twisted love and loss unfurled. Daniel's hands bore the mark of guilt, his climbing gear a silent witness to his treachery. Elaine, a specter from the past, emerged from the shadows to claim what she believed was rightfully hers. In the hush of the courtroom, the truth echoed like a tolling bell. The baby monitor, that silent sentinel, bore witness to the night's darkest secrets. Whispers of betrayal, of a father's cough in the night, of a plan woven in shadows, all came to light, painting a picture of deception and greed. In the end, justice prevailed. Daniel and Elaine faced the consequences of their actions, their fates sealed by the echoes of a whispered voice that had shattered a mother's world. Rebecca and Samuel, scarred by the shadows of the past, sought solace in a new beginning, far from the ghosts that haunted their dreams. And so the tale of the vanished child found its resolution, a cautionary whisper in the night, a reminder of the darkness that lurks in the most unexpected places, waiting to be unmasked by the light of truth. Story 15. In the quiet stillness of the night, a tale unfolds within the walls of a Victorian-era home, nestled in the embrace of shadows and secrets. Michael and Sarah Klein embarked on a journey unsuspecting, drawn in by the allure of a house steeped in history. Little did they know that beneath the peeling wallpaper lay a narrative waiting to be unveiled. As they delicately peeled back the layers of time, a name emerged: Alina Winters, etched in ink with a fervor that spoke of hidden truths. The name echoed through the halls, a haunting melody that beckoned them into a realm of mystery and intrigue. Who was Alina Winters, and why did her name adorn the walls in a desperate plea for remembrance? The couple's curiosity bloomed into an obsession, fueled by the enigmatic connection between the missing Alina and the enigmatic Margaret Cavendish, the enigmatic woman who had sold them the house. With each revelation, the boundaries between past and present blurred, intertwining their fates in a dance of deception and revelation. As they delved deeper into the labyrinth of secrets, a chilling truth unfurled, a truth woven by a fractured mind seeking solace in a twisted reality. Rebecca Eldridge, a woman of many faces, had crafted a web of identities to shield herself from the shadows of her past. Alina's essence had been consumed by Rebecca's desperate grasp for belonging, leaving behind a trail of echoes etched in ink. The walls bore witness to the sins of the past, a silent testament to a tragedy long buried beneath the facade of normalcy. With each discovery, the lines between perpetrator and victim blurred, revealing a tapestry of darkness that bound them all in a tragic symphony of fate. As the investigation unfolded, the house whispered secrets long forgotten, guiding them to a truth buried deep within the earth. Eleanor's remains surfaced from the depths of the garden, a bittersweet reunion that brought closure to a family torn asunder by grief. In the end, justice prevailed, but the echoes of the past lingered in the air, casting a pall over the once charming abode. Michael and Sarah found themselves entwined in a narrative not of their making, forever immortalized as the keepers of a house where the walls themselves whispered of a crime long concealed. And so, as the night descended in a shroud of mystery, the house stood silent, its walls holding secrets that only the moonlit shadows could decipher. In the realm of dreams, the tale of Eleanor Winters and Rebecca Eldridge intertwined, a reminder that even in the darkest corners of the mind, the light of truth will always find a way to shine through. Story 16, The Mystery of Reflections. She wiped away the steam, revealing her reflection in the mirror. Everything seemed normal at first glance, her face, her attire. Yet an unsettling feeling crept in as she gazed longer. A flicker caught her eye, a movement not of her own. Turning away, she expected the reflection to follow suit, but it remained still, watching. Thus began the enigmatic tale of Rebecca Thorne, triggered by that eerie moment in her bathroom. What transpired next would puzzle investigators and linger in the thoughts of the community for years to come. Rebecca resided in a modest apartment in a serene suburban enclave, living a solitary existence. Known for her meticulous nature, she kept to herself, maintaining a polite rapport with the neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst for a mid-sized firm structured her life around routine and precision. No one could have predicted she would find herself at the heart of one of the most perplexing criminal enigmas of the era. The initial signs were subtle. Objects in her home seemed displaced, nothing missing, just rearranged. A mug shifted to a different shelf, books realigned, her toothbrush out of place. She brushed off these anomalies as mere lapses in memory, attributing them to the strain of long hours spent under harsh fluorescent lights, analyzing spreadsheets until her vision blurred. Detective Marion Shaw received the initial complaint when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these disturbances, finally reached out to the authorities. The first assessment leaned towards a mental health concern rather than a criminal matter, given the absence of concrete evidence. Shaw recorded the grievance but stashed it among the stack of less pressing cases, deeming it devoid of substance. There was nothing tangible, Shaw later recounted. No signs of forced entry, no missing items. Just a woman sensing something amiss in her own abode. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident involving the bathroom mirror. During her second interaction with law enforcement, Rebecca vividly recounted the bizarre occurrence, the sensation of her reflection moving independently, the feeling of being watched even in solitude. This time she presented proof, footage from a security camera she had installed, aimed at her front entrance. The recording unveiled a sight that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned officers. It showed Rebecca departing for work in the morning, followed by an identical figure using a key to enter her dwelling 20 minutes later. Forensic experts scrutinized the video for signs of tampering or manipulation, but found none. The individual mirrored Rebecca's movements, attire, even carrying her distinct leather bag. However, Rebecca was already verified to have been at her workplace on the opposite side of town, as per the time-stamped security footage. "We're facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can imitate her with uncanny precision. The investigation delved deeper. The fingerprints found throughout the apartment matched solely with Rebecca's, devoid of foreign DNA traces. Neighbors reported nothing out of the ordinary, just Rebecca going about her routine as usual. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, mentioned a peculiar encounter with Rebecca, receiving no response upon her return home, an unusual occurrence but not alarming. Rebecca initiated a log of disturbances. Minor changes in her abode escalated, vanishing food, inexplicable computer searches, and unsettling discoveries on her phone, a series of selfies resembling her but taken without her recollection. In some snapshots, her expression appeared subtly awry, with a smile too wide or eyes too intense. "I feel like I'm descending into madness," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this illusion." A breakthrough emerged as investigators discerned a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated the residence during Rebecca's absence for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery trips, predetermined activities with foreseeable durations. "Someone is intimately acquainted with your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This isn't happenstance, it's targeted surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist posited that they were dealing with a fixation case, an individual fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, possibly aiming to supplant her entirely. Such occurrences, though rare, were documented in psychological archives. The perpetrator often underwent a psychological rupture, fixating on a victim who symbolized traits they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation honed in on a former co-worker of Rebecca's, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, frequently remarking on their resemblances. Post-dismissal, she sent Rebecca a series of disquieting emails. "We could be mirror images," one message read. "At times, I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw secured a search warrant for Lily's residence. What they uncovered transformed the case from eerie to harrowing. One chamber in Lily's domicile had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls adorned with snapshots, countless images of Rebecca entering her apartment, shopping, socializing, all captured unbeknownst to her. A closet harbored replicas of Rebecca's wardrobe, alongside makeup matching her preferred brands and meticulous notes on her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most chilling were the practice videos, Lily mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions. The evolution was apparent: initial attempts awkward and conspicuous, later ones nearly indistinguishable from the genuine Rebecca. "She aspired to become me," murmured Rebecca upon viewing the evidence. "She wasn't merely imitating me, she was obliterating me." Forensic analysts unearthed advanced equipment for duplicating keys and cloning electronic access cards. Lily had devised an intricate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, inclusive of a calendar predicting her schedule down to the minutiae. What remained elusive to investigators was Lily's ultimate objective. Journals discovered in Lily's abode contained disjointed entries, vacillating between first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca as me and her in the same paragraph. The ultimate entry sent shivers down their spines. "Soon, only one of us shall remain. The stronger entity shall endure." Upon authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished. Signs of a hastened departure were evident in her residence, drawers left ajar, certain technology missing. A nationwide alert was issued. Rebecca was relocated to a secure location under continuous surveillance while her former haunts were vigilantly monitored for 3 weeks. Lily never materialized. The case took a disquieting turn when a security officer at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca had been sighted entering the building despite being on leave. Surveillance footage corroborated the account. An individual mirroring Rebecca's appearance had accessed the premises using a valid ID card, proceeded to her previous workstation, and spent 40 minutes perusing her files before departing. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained secluded in protective custody, making it implausible for her to be at the office. The implication dawned on them. Lily had not absconded, she had made her move. She was now assuming Rebecca's persona, slipping into her life while the genuine Rebecca remained hidden. The case lingered as an open file. Lily Winters eluded capture, and Rebecca Thorne refrained from returning to her past existence, opting to forge a new identity in a clandestine location. Detective Shaw kept a photograph on her desk, 2 women uncannily similar in appearance. One was Rebecca Thorne, the other Lily Winters. At times, she scrutinized their visages, seeking disparities, the nuances that would set one apart from the other. The most chilling aspect, Shaw often imparted to novice officers, isn't that someone can resemble you or mimic you. It's the fervor with which they desire to assume your identity, to the extent of effacing themselves in the process. Identity isn't merely our outward presentation, it's what we safeguard most zealously, and at times we only recognize its worth when someone endeavors to pilfer it. Story 17. The old apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered by time. The heating system let out a low groan, the pipes rattling softly a familiar lullaby that echoed through the empty rooms. She, too, found comfort in the mundane sounds, reassuring herself that it was all part of living in a place with a past. But then in the stillness of the night she heard it, a voice, a mere whisper carried by the gentle current of air flowing through the vents. It wasn't the usual background noise, it was deliberate, almost beckoning, calling her name in a hushed tone that sent shivers down her spine. Curiosity mingled with fear as she leaned closer, her ear pressed against the cold metal grate. A chill brushed past her cheek, a soft voice teasing, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the heart of the deserted apartment, a silent witness to the eerie atmosphere that engulfed the space. The forensic team moved around her methodically, capturing every detail with their cameras as flashes of light pierced the darkness. The victim, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace, her absence unnoticed until a pungent odor permeated the building. What they uncovered within the ventilation system defied logic and reason. Officer Patel read from his notes, recounting Alina's accounts of voices from the vents that building management had dismissed as ordinary creaks of an aging structure. Shaw knelt by the vent, her keen eyes tracing the telltale signs of struggle etched into the metal. Deep scratches, almost desperate in nature, hinted at a futile attempt to break free from within. The puzzle of Alina's disappearance was beginning to take shape, painting a haunting picture of her final days. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher known for her nurturing spirit and thriving greenery, had shown signs of distress in the days leading up to her vanishing act. Her sister's trembling voice told of Alina's growing paranoia, the belief that unseen eyes watched her every move, whispering through the vents like a sinister muse. Shaw absorbed the details, piecing together a narrative that transcended the confines of reality. As the investigation unfolded, new revelations came to light. Fibers from Alina's clothing trapped in the vent, a mysterious fingerprint on the inside of the cover, and chilling audio recordings from her phone painted a chilling portrait of a presence lurking in the shadows. The building itself held a dark history, with tenants fleeing in haste, haunted by spectral whispers that crept through the walls. Harold Weber, the enigmatic building superintendent, emerged as a figure of interest, his calm facade masking a deeper connection to the mysteries within the building. Shaw's interrogation unearthed subtle shifts in his demeanor, a reluctance to delve into the past tenants of apartment 4B, where the whispers seemed to originate. The truth unraveled with each revelation, leading to a hidden passage in Aliner's bathroom that opened a gateway to a realm of darkness. A secret lair filled with remnants of lives observed, a twisted homage to the victims who had fallen prey to the unseen predator within the walls. Weber's meticulously kept records and voyeuristic tendencies exposed a chilling truth that sent shivers down Shaw's spine. Weber's arrest marked the end of his reign of terror, but his words lingered like a ghostly echo. The courtroom drama unfolded, revealing the depths of his depravity and the torment he inflicted on those who crossed his path. The guilty verdict brought a semblance of justice, yet the whispers of the past refused to fade. The once bustling apartment building now stood silent and forsaken, a monument to the darkness that lurked within its walls. Despite efforts to erase the traces of the past, the whispers persisted, carried by the same drafts that whispered through the vents. The echoes of a chilling legacy lingered, a reminder that some secrets are never truly silenced. And as the night fell, the building settled into a restless slumber, haunted by the whispers that refused to be forgotten. Story 18. The worn plank shifted under her weight, a subtle movement that caught her attention. She knelt down, her fingertips tracing the edges, sensing the hidden void beneath. The floor whispered secrets of a concealed space. Gently she lifted the boards, unveiling a shadowy, narrow chamber beneath the house. Dust danced in the faint light, cobwebs clinging to the corners. But there, amidst the darkness, lay a mattress, a chair, and in the shadows, a weathered notebook filled with the repetition of a name, her name etched over and over again. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, observing as she peered into the abyss beneath her newfound sanctuary. In Sarah's gaze, fear mingled with a deeper unease, a violation of security, a sense of encroaching malevolence tarnishing her hopes for a fresh start. "Do not disturb anything," Detective Reed's voice was steady, a beacon in the shadows. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing walls plastered with surveillance photographs, snapshots of Sarah's daily routine, her comings and goings, her moments of solitude. A shrine of obsession concealed beneath her very feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of an elderly recluse named Walter Green, a man who had departed this world without kin. The property had stood vacant for months, its listing boasting of charm and minor renovations, yet no mention was made of the hidden chamber lurking below. "I never met him," Sarah's voice trembled. "The previous owner, the neighbors claimed he kept to himself. I was told the basement access had been sealed off long ago." That's what the inspection report stated. The arrival of crime scene investigators echoed through the house, their equipment clattering against the wooden floors. They meticulously documented the scene, collecting evidence and unearthing the mattress, chair, and notebook from the clandestine chamber. Forensic analysis uncovered a multitude of fingerprints belonging to Walter Green, scattered throughout the hidden space. What unsettled the investigators most was the timeline they reconstructed. Walter had been surveilling Sarah for over 3 years before his demise, a shadow in her periphery, a ghost of obsession. The fixation likely progressed, the department psychologist's words hung heavy in the air. Moving from fantasy to meticulous preparation, the hidden room implies a sinister intent. Detective Reed's investigation veered into unforeseen territory upon interviewing Walter's former coworker from the local shopping center's maintenance department. The man squirmed under her scrutiny, his wedding band a nervous talisman. Walter spoke of her at times, he confessed. Said she reminded him of someone. I thought it was harmless infatuation. I never imagined. His voice trailed off, lost in regret. A warrant granted access to Walter's untouched workplace locker, revealing a key that unlocked a storage unit registered in his name. With a grinding protest, the metal door revealed a chilling sight, a meticulous replica of Sarah's former abode. Furniture mimicked her possessions, a mannequin posed in eerie resemblance, a calendar marked with a crimson circle, a single word scrawled across it, together. The date, a mere week after Walter's untimely demise. Investigation unveiled Walter's institutionalized past, a history of fixation on a teacher diagnosed with erotomania. Released into society, he lived decades undisturbed until Sarah unwittingly triggered his dormant obsession. At the precinct, Reed laid out the evidence, a mosaic of delusion and desire. In his mind, they shared an irrevocable bond, a destiny unfulfilled. Could she have crossed paths with him unknowingly? A colleague pondered. Reed shook her head. Sometimes obsession needs no catalyst. A fleeting gesture, a chance encounter that can be enough. Sarah chose to part with the house, a sanctuary tainted by shadows of the past. During the final walkthrough, she stood in the empty room, haunted by what-ifs. What if I hadn't noticed that loose board? How long would I have lived in ignorance? The case closed with Walter's passing, labeled as stalking with intent, though the horrific denouement never transpired. Sarah departed, reshaping her life, evading the specter of her stalker. The cottage exchanged hands, oblivious to its hidden history. The secret chamber sealed, the echoes of a dark past fading into obscurity. Life marched forward, veiled in the mundane. But for those privy to the truth, the hidden room beneath the floor whispered of unseen perils, of monsters evading justice, of victims dancing on the edge of fate, unaware of the abyss that lurked beneath their very feet. Story 19. In the heart of the city there stood a quaint coffee shop that held a secret known only to a few. For years, a mysterious man frequented this establishment, his presence as consistent as the rising sun. He had his own ritual, same table, same order, same enigmatic silence. The barista recognized his face, but his name remained a mystery to all. Then one fateful day, he broke his routine. He didn't show up. When the police investigated, they found a wallet left behind at his usual spot. Inside was a driver's license with a photo, yet the space where his identity should have been was blank, devoid of any name or address. The security footage revealed an unsettling truth. The man, now referred to as John Doe, had entered the coffee shop, sat down, but had never left. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the perplexing case, her fingertips tracing the cold metal table as she analyzed the footage once more. John Doe appeared ordinary on camera, average height, unremarkable features, dressed in a navy coat with a worn leather messenger bag. His disappearance defied logic, leaving behind a void in the fabric of reality. The footage captured John's routine: a black coffee ordered, a corner table chosen, a notebook opened. He sat, lost in thought, occasionally glancing out the window. Then he placed his wallet on the table, rose, and headed towards the restroom hallway. But that was where the normalcy ended. He vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of his departure. As Mercer delved deeper, she uncovered a wallet with no personal details, credit cards linked to non-existent accounts, and a lone business card bearing a cryptic phone number. When dialed, the line remained silent, save for the rustling of papers. The enigma of John Doe deepened with each new revelation. The barista, a longtime witness to John's presence, offered sparse insights. He kept to himself, always writing in that notebook, she recalled. Mercer scoured the notebook's cryptic pages, filled with indecipherable code and mysterious sketches of unfamiliar buildings. The tendrils of mystery tightened their grip, ensnaring all who sought to unravel the enigma. The investigation led Mercer to a discovery of peculiar anomaly in the security footage. Each morning, a flicker in the time stamp coincided with John's arrival. Intrigued, Mercer revisited the coffee shop, her gaze drawn to an ancient mirror hanging between the entrance and the restroom hallway. Its ornate carvings mirrored symbols from John's notebook, hinting at a connection beyond comprehension. Upon questioning the shop owner, Mercer learned of the mirror's history, a relic unchanged for decades, its secrets buried beneath layers of dust. When she touched its surface, a warmth unlike glass greeted her hand, hinting at the mirror's hidden purpose. The mirror, a silent sentinel, held the key to unlocking the truth behind John Doe's inexplicable existence. Forensic examination revealed a hidden compartment behind the mirror, concealing a trove of identical wallets and a journal chronicling decades of experimentation and discovery. Mercer's eyes scanned the final entry, a chilling proclamation of an impending end to an otherworldly experiment. The journal hinted at temporal manipulation, identity transference, and the existence of parallel realities. Mercer's investigation unearthed a world beyond comprehension, where the boundaries between truth and illusion blurred into obscurity. The arrival of Margaret Keller, a former physicist with knowledge of John Doe's true identity, shed light on the man behind the mystery. Daniel Weston, a brilliant physicist lost to an experiment gone awry, had crossed paths with the unknown in his quest for understanding. Mercer's journey led her back to the coffee shop, a nexus of intersecting realities built atop the remnants of Weston's forgotten laboratory. The mirror shattered, revealing a final message from Weston, a warning against treading where reality frayed. The case of the man who didn't exist remained a haunting enigma, a testament to the fragility of boundaries between worlds. The coffee shop, a sanctuary of secrets, faded into memory, its secrets buried beneath the rubble of progress. As Mercer retreated from the force, whispers of her presence lingered, a solitary figure etching truths into a notebook mirroring Weston's own. The fragment of the antique mirror hung on her wall, a silent witness to the mysteries that eluded explanation. The tale of John Doe, of Daniel Weston, of the man who dared to traverse the boundaries of reality, echoed through the city, a whispered legend of a man lost to time, forever trapped between worlds. Story 20: The Enigmatic Victorian House. She crossed the threshold, disturbing the thick dust that danced in the stagnant air. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its peeling walls and shrouded furniture telling tales of neglect. Each step she took felt like a journey through a moment suspended in eternity, a moment that held a peculiar mystery. Every door she opened, every corridor she ventured into, led her back to the same room, the parlor. A strange loop that defied logic, trapping her in a perplexing maze where escape seemed impossible. The house of Morgan Pierce, once a mere curiosity, now bore witness to a tragic event. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the entrance, observing the forensic team as they moved silently through the darkened interior like specters. This Victorian abode had gained a reputation among the locals, a place where compasses spun aimlessly and whispers of unseen watchers lingered in the air. But now it harbored secrets far more sinister than mere superstitions. The initial examination indicates a time of death around 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely audible in the heavy silence. Asphyxiation appears to be the cause. Morgan's lifeless form had been discovered in the parlor, seated serenely in an antique chair, her gaze fixed on the entrance as if awaiting a visitor. No signs of struggle, no marks of violence. The scene exuded a chilling tranquility that sent shivers down the spines of even seasoned investigators. "Who found the body?" Lind inquired, her gaze scanning the notes before her. "A real estate agent showing the property," her partner replied. They stumbled upon her, thinking she was an intruder until they drew closer. The house had remained uninhabited since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, years ago. Legal battles had left it abandoned, unwanted, a relic of the past frequented only by trespassers seeking thrills. Morgan Pierce, a young scholar of architecture, had been drawn to the enigmatic Victorian for her research. Her friends spoke of her meticulous nature, her drive, and her fascination with spaces that defied convention. The allure of the house, with its reputation for disorienting those who dared to enter, had proved irresistible to her. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days prior, Lind remarked. Morgan had mentioned investigating the house where one loses their way for her studies. As the investigation unfolded, a pattern emerged: Morgan's repeated visits to the house, her notes detailing peculiar acoustic phenomena, chilling cold spots, and doors that led to ever-shifting chambers. In her final entry, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to document what she termed spatial anomalies, equipment that was conspicuously absent from the scene. The autopsy unveiled a startling revelation: traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, a substance linked to shamanic rituals known to induce disorientation and vivid hallucinations, though not in lethal doses. She wasn't one to indulge in recreational substances, her boyfriend asserted. Morgan was rigorous in her methods. She wouldn't have jeopardized her senses knowingly. Deleted messages retrieved from Morgan's phone hinted at clandestine conversations with a kindred spirit, someone who shared her fascination with the house, someone who hinted at understanding its enigmatic nature. Their exchanges grew increasingly intimate and cryptic, alluding to the house holding untold secrets. The trail led Lynn to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had engaged in correspondence with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had captivated her, leading their professional rapport to evolve into a more personal connection. Reeves, devastated by Morgan's demise, spoke of the house's reputation for optical illusions and deceptive designs, a place that transcended mere trickery. However, Reeves' alibi for the time of Morgan's death checked out, supported by security footage of him lecturing at a university miles away. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source: Eleanor Blackwood's grandson, residing overseas. He divulged a long-held family secret, speaking of past tragedies within the house, deaths marked by a serene countenance and an eerie peace. The family referred to it as the Claiming, a mysterious force that beckoned souls to surrender. Handed down through generations were journals documenting these inexplicable deaths, attributed initially to natural causes. The common thread: prolonged exposure to the house, culminating in a fatal embrace of the influence. A subsequent search uncovered a concealed compartment behind the parlor's hearth, revealing Morgan's missing equipment alongside a trove of artifacts from diverse cultures, arranged meticulously around a weathered figurine embodying a deity of liminal spaces, the realm betwixt worlds. Traces of the alkaloid matching Morgan system adorn these relics, hinting at a deeper connection. A revelation surfaced as forensic analysis unveiled foreign fingerprints throughout the house, distinct from Morgan's or any known visitors. A spectral presence lingering in the shadows, a silent witness to the unfolding tragedy. Weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves met a fate akin to Morgan's, found at peace in his residence, the alkaloid tainting his system, a key clutched in his grasp that unlocked the hidden sanctuary within the Victorian. In his final testament, Reeves penned words of revelation, of the house's grip not physical but perceptual, a place that warped one's sense of direction, coaxing them into a labyrinth of illusion and truth, a place where escape was possible once enlightenment dawned, but by then departure held no allure. The case, shrouded in enigma, remained open, designated as suspicious deaths under scrutiny. The Victorian, now condemned and off-limits, whispered tales of lights flickering on moonlit nights and of souls who ventured in but never departed. Whispers among the locals spoke of the house, claiming those who delved too deeply into its mysteries, of spirits trapped in the interstices of reality. Others believed Morgan and Reeves had unearthed a force ancient and potent, dwelling within the interstices of conventional existence. The truth, akin to an elusive exit in a house with doors leading endlessly back to the start, lingered beyond reach, veiled in shadows and secrets that only the bravest dared to uncover. Story 21. The apartment lay dormant, untouched by life for what seemed like an eternity. The new occupants, weary from the move, anticipated nothing more than a layer of dust and perhaps a few forsaken pieces of furniture. Yet one door stood stubbornly closed, a closet locked tight from within. When the landlord finally pried it open, the tenants braced themselves for musty coats or discarded knickknacks, but what greeted them was far more chilling. The walls bore witness to a haunting tale deep, jagged scratches etched into the wooden surface, a silent plea for freedom. Nestled in the corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen illuminated by a lone, unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in her career of unraveling mysteries, felt a shiver crawl up her spine at the sight. Not a drop of blood in sight, no overt signs of violence, yet the desperation in those scratch marks spoke volumes. "We need forensics on site immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who was busy capturing the eerie scene through his camera lens. "And fetch me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the phone ominously declared, "I know what you did." The landlord, a man of fidgety nerves and clammy palms, recounted how the previous tenant had vanished without a trace, leaving rent unpaid. A young woman kept to herself, disappeared about 6 months ago, he muttered, his gaze skirting away from the closet, never caused any trouble. Forensic analysis unveiled a macabre truth, traces of blood entwined with the scratch marks on the walls, most matching the DNA of the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old who had been reported missing by her workplace. Yet amidst the familiar DNA, 2 samples stood out, one unidentified in the system, the other belonging to a man declared dead 2 years prior. "This defies all logic," Shaw murmured, her eyes fixed on the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, a man supposedly deceased in a tragic car accident 5 years ago, now left his genetic imprint in a place he shouldn't exist. Emma's living space painted a poignant picture of an interrupted existence, letters accumulating, a forsaken coffee mug in the sink, a neatly arranged bed. Phone records unveiled a pattern of regular calls to her sister, abruptly halted, interspersed with numerous calls from an unknown number before her vanishing act. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed informed Shaw. No name, just intense and private. Surveillance footage captured a shadowy figure in a baseball cap trailing Emma into her building one fateful evening, strategically evading the watchful eyes of the cameras. The puzzle pieces began to align as partial fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer were discovered on the closet's inner doorknob. He staged his own death, Shaw concluded. But why, and what's his tie to Emma? The enigmatic DNA sample led the investigators to another unsolved missing person case. Lynette Porter, a woman who had vanished 3 years prior. A striking resemblance between Lynette and a visitor seen frequenting Emma's apartment raised suspicions. Through meticulous scrutiny of traffic camera footage, a pattern emerged: a vehicle linked to Derek Mercer's family repeatedly skulking around Emma's residence, with a driver matching Derek's description. The trail led them to a secluded property owned by the Mercer clan, where a harrowing discovery awaited them. Behind formidable basement doors, Lynette Porter was found alive but emaciated, confined in a space mirroring the grim closet that had ensnared Emma. "He made me watch," Lynette's voice quivered, haunted eyes staring into the void. "Said I needed to witness the fate of those who tried to escape." A tapestry of evidence unfolded: journals chronicling Mercer's fixation on dominance, photographs of women resembling Emma and Lynette, and chilling video recordings of Mercer coercing Emma into the claustrophobic closet. "She thought she could expose me," his voice echoed in the recordings. "No one reveals my truths." The hunt for Derek Mercer spanned across jurisdictions, a manhunt fueled by the dread of what lurked in his twisted mind. As forensic psychologists delved into his psyche, a bone-chilling profile emerged. Mercer didn't crave mere death, but the agony of captivity, the slow erosion of hope in confined spaces. Upon Mercer's apprehension at a bus terminal, a new identity in hand, with ominous tools tucked in his backpack, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. A newspaper clipping chronicling Emma's disappearance served as a grim bookmark in his sordid tale. Under interrogation, Mercer maintained an unsettling composure, dismissing Emma's final message as a ploy for rescue she didn't merit. The trial unmasked the elaborate charade Mercer had woven to feign his demise, assuming the identity of a deceased vagrant matching his physical attributes. For years, he had prowled in obscurity, preying on women who mirrored his initial victim. Emma's remains were never unearthed, forensic evidence hinting at her tragic demise within the confines of the closet, futilely clawing at unyielding walls. A swift verdict of guilt echoed through the courtroom after a mere 4 hours of deliberation. As the sentence of life imprisonment sans parole was pronounced, Mercer's lips curved into a faint smile, as if vindicated by some inscrutable logic known only to him. During the sentencing, Lynette Porter's voice resonated through the hushed courtroom, a beacon of resilience amid darkness. "He caged us in the shadows because that's where his tormented soul dwells, but while he withers in his cell, I shall bask in the light." The case prompted a paradigm shift in missing persons investigations, emphasizing the scrutiny of relational dynamics and thorough property searches. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door from Emma's abode, a somber memento adorning her office, while a stark reminder that horror often lurked not in splashes of crimson, but in the desperate imprints of a soul fighting for survival. Story 22. Renovations always have a way of unraveling the hidden mysteries of the past. Old relics, forgotten treasures, whispers of bygone days. Yet, when Sarah and Michael decided to breathe new life into their Victorian-era home, they never anticipated the unearthly secrets awaiting them beneath the creaking floorboards. As they lifted the worn wood, a fragile letter, carefully concealed, revealed itself. The ink had long since faded, but its haunting words remained etched in time. "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before the couple could comprehend the message, 3 ominous knocks reverberated through the empty rooms, sending shivers down their spines. Intrigued and unsettled, Detective Alina Reed arrived at the scene, her experienced hands delicately retrieving the cryptic note from its hiding place. The couple's inadvertent touch had tainted the evidence, but Reed sensed the genuine fear in their eyes as they recounted the chilling events. Sarah and Michael, innocent and unsuspecting, had purchased the house at an estate auction, captivated by its grandeur and storied past. Little did they know that their humble renovation project would unearth a dark chapter in the house's history, one that had long been forgotten. The investigation led Reed down a twisting path of secrets and shadows. The house, once owned by the reclusive Hargrove family, held a history fraught with untold tales. Franklin and Margaret Hargrove, the former occupants, seemed to harbor more than their fair share of mysteries. Digging deeper, Reed uncovered a web of deception and tragedy. Franklin, a respected teacher turned recluse, had a dark secret crippling gambling debts that attracted the attention of a ruthless loan shark known as Victor Mercer. The collector, as he was ominously called, had a habit of knocking 3 times, a foreboding signal of impending doom. Margaret, caught in the crossfire of her husband's sins, lived in fear of the collector's relentless pursuit. Desperate to protect Franklin, she bore the burden of his crimes, her once peaceful life turning into a nightmare of deceit and paranoia. The truth, buried beneath layers of deceit, finally came to light as Reed and her team uncovered a grim secret hidden beneath the house, a skeleton, a silent witness to a long-forgotten crime. The remains of Victor Mercer, the elusive loan shark, revealed the tragic end of a chapter marred by greed and betrayal. As the case unraveled, Margaret's diaries emerged from the shadows, shedding light on the harrowing ordeal she endured. The relentless knocking, the constant fear, the burden of a dark secret, all woven into the pages of her confessions. The house, tainted by the echoes of the past, stood as a silent witness to the tragedies that unfolded within its walls. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of its haunted history, chose to part ways with the house, leaving it abandoned, a solemn reminder of the darkness that lurked within. And so the house remained empty, a silent sentinel to the mysteries that lay buried beneath its foundations. Whispers of ghostly knocks in the dead of night fueled local legends, a chilling reminder of the lingering presence of those who had come before. Detective Reed, in her final report, acknowledged the enigmatic nature of the case. Some truths, she mused, are destined to remain shrouded in mystery, their answers lost to the passage of time. The note, with its ominous warning, remained a haunting testament to the secrets that dwell within the shadows of the past. Story 23. The ancient box lay buried under layers of forgotten clutter in the attic, a silent witness to the passage of time in the old house. Among its contents were faded Polaroids, capturing memories of joyous occasions and family gatherings. Each photo whispered tales of normalcy and innocence until she stumbled upon the last one. It depicted her very own living room, the familiar couch, the familiar curtains. Yet the family posing there was unknown to her. And lurking in the shadows behind them, barely visible in the dim light, stood a man watching. Rebecca felt a shiver crawl up her spine as she scrutinized the photograph. Her fingers quivered ever so slightly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to vibrate. The family in the picture, a woman with honey blonde locks, a man with thick-rimmed glasses, and 2 children beamed at the camera, oblivious to the figure lingering just steps away in the darkness. Their smiles frozen in time, blissfully unaware of the danger looming close by. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca carried the photo to the kitchen, her heart heavy with unease. The house had always felt vast, empty since she had moved in 4 months ago, but now it seemed to constrict around her, suffocating her with its silent mysteries. Placing the photograph on the cold kitchen counter, she gazed at it under the harsh glare of the fluorescent light. The resemblance between her home and the strangers in the image was uncanny. The familiar archway leading to the hallway, the intricate crown molding, the bay window that welcomed the morning sun. This was undeniably her house, yet these faces were foreign to her. Enter Detective Morgan, clad in a weathered leather jacket that bore witness to countless investigations. His deep-set eyes, sharp and all-seeing, studied the photograph with a methodical gaze. Running a gloved finger along the edge of the Polaroid, he turned it over to reveal a blank back. "What do you know about the previous owners of this house, the Nelsons?" His voice rumbled low. Rebecca confessed very little. The sale was handled by a realtor, and the Nelsons had already relocated out of state. Nodding knowingly, Morgan requested, "May I borrow this? Our team might be able to identify the family in the photo." And thus commenced a quiet investigation. Rebecca delved into the history of the house, learning that the Nelsons had acquired it from a family named Crawford, who had abruptly departed after 7 years. Prior to them, the Mornos had owned the property for nearly a decade. Detective Morgan meticulously traced the lineage of occupants, sifting through property records, interviewing former neighbors, and constructing a timeline. Then a breakthrough emerged unexpectedly. A retired mail carrier recognized the family in the photograph. "That's the Sutherlands," he declared with certainty. They resided in that house for just over a year before vanishing without a trace. Mail piled up, and everyone assumed they had moved away without informing anyone. The Sutherland family had evaporated into thin air. 4 souls gone without a whisper, no forwarding address, no school enrollments for the children, their vehicles never surfaced. Bank accounts lay dormant, untouched. It was as though they had ceased to exist. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to approximately 15 years prior. The technician pointed out subtle nuances in the image, the peculiar arrangement of dust particles in the air, the eerie stillness of the subjects. "This was captured using a timer," she elucidated. "Notice how they are all posed perfectly. Someone must have triggered the camera and swiftly positioned themselves." But if the Sutherlands had orchestrated the photograph, then who was the enigmatic figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging unveiled more details about the shadowy presence. Towering, masculine, clad in dark attire. His countenance remained obscured, yet his stance implied a keen observation. He stood motionless, as if he belonged there, as if he held every right to inhabit that space. Detective Morgan unearthed a chilling pattern. Preceding the Sutherlands, another family had dwelt in the house for precisely 1 year before vanishing, and before them yet another. 5 families over the span of 5 years, all disappearing without a trace, always after a year of residency. Rebecca had resided in the house for 4 months. Diving deeper into the past, the investigation uncovered historical building records. The house had been crafted by a distinguished architect with an impeccable reputation, yet the project manager had mysteriously vanished near completion. A man named Samuel Whitfield had stepped in to complete the construction. Police archives contained a solitary photograph of Whitfield, a tall, gaunt figure with hollow cheeks and piercing eyes. When digitally aged and juxtaposed with the figure in the Polaroid, the resemblance was unmistakable. However, Samuel Whitfield had purportedly perished in a construction mishap shortly after the house's completion. His body had never been recovered from the rubble of a collapsed construction site. The focus shifted to the basement. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies beneath the concrete floor, inconsistencies in density that defied explanation. As the jackhammers breached the surface, a noxious odor assailed their senses. Buried beneath layers of concrete and earth, they uncovered them. Not just the Sutherlands, all of them. Every vanished family preserved in the cool, dry soil. Among their possessions lay a camera. The very camera that had captured the Polaroid discovered in the attic. And countless more photographs, each showcasing a different family, smiling obliviously, while a watcher lurked in the shadows. The house was cordoned off as a crime scene. Rebecca would never set foot in it again. As investigators meticulously cataloged evidence, they stumbled upon a hidden crawl space in the attic, concealed behind a false wall. Within lay a small cot, photography equipment, and a journal brimming with meticulous observations of the families who had dwelled there. The final entry bore a date just 3 days prior. The new one is different. She discovered my photograph too soon. I must hasten my plans. Under police protection, Rebecca relocated to a hotel. One restless night, her slumber was shattered by a ringing phone. Answering groggily, she was met with nothing but the sound of breathing. Then a click, followed by the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera spitting out a photo. The investigation persists to this day. The house looms empty, its windows blackened, its enigmas shrouded in darkness. The whereabouts of Samuel Whitfield remain elusive, his existence a murky enigma. Some speculate that he perished long ago, while others posit that he simply moved on to a new locale, a fresh identity, a different abode. And somewhere out there in a dimly lit chamber, photographs develop capturing new families, new abodes, new watchers concealed in the shadows. The sole certainty is that those who seek the truth behind the man in the photograph are now themselves under watchful eyes. Story 24. The aging apartment held its secrets, whispering pipes, creaking floorboards, but the new tenant sensed a difference in the night sounds. The footsteps above were too deliberate, too steady for a building settling into its age. They traversed the floor above her, slow and measured, though she lived on the topmost floor. One night, emboldened by curiosity, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased. Silence enveloped her, only to be broken by a single knock from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the strange incident to herself, attributing the sounds to the building's settling or perhaps a stray animal seeking refuge in the attic. Night after night, the footsteps persisted, tracing invisible paths across her ceiling in the enveloping darkness. She adapted, turning up the volume on her television, wearing headphones to bed, anything to mask the methodical footfalls echoing above her. Detective Morris was drawn into the mystery when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a hidden crawlspace while attending to routine repairs. Removing a section of drywall outside Sarah's apartment to repair a leak, the worker uncovered a narrow passage not accounted for in the building plans. Illuminated by a flashlight beam, the passage revealed a makeshift living space, a clutter of food wrappers, water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. Alarmed, the building superintendent alerted the authorities. Arriving with his partner, Detective Rivera, Detective Morris found the maintenance worker visibly shaken. "Someone's been living in the walls," he repeated, his voice trembling. "Someone's been watching." The notebook held meticulous records of Sarah Coleman's life, her daily routines, visitors, meals, TV shows, even the timing of her showers and sleep. The handwriting, initially neat, spiraled into chaotic scribbles towards the end, with strange symbols adorning the margins. "The subject no longer responds to my signals," the final entry read. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensic teams scoured the crawl space, uncovering fingerprints unmatched in any database. They unveiled a network of passages interwoven within the building's walls and ceilings, some dating back decades. These passages linked 5 different apartments, culminating in observation points disguised as innocuous fixtures within one unit, Sarah Coleman's. Interviews with current residents yielded no unusual accounts beyond typical apartment noises. Former occupants, however, revealed unsettling experiences. 3 prior tenants of Sarah's apartment spoke of feeling watched or hearing unexplained movements, with one departing after a mere fortnight. Fearful of being labeled paranoid, none had reported their encounters. The case took a chilling turn as forensics unearthed microscopic blood traces within one of the crawl spaces, matching Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished mysteriously 4 years earlier. Martin had resided directly below Sarah's apartment. Delving deeper into Martin's disappearance, Detective Morris uncovered neighbor accounts of Martin complaining about noises emanating from the apartment above occupied by a reclusive individual named Edward. Following a confrontation with Edward, Martin vanished, and the elusive tenant departed soon after, leaving no trace. A pattern emerged as investigators traced Edward's history, revealing a penchant for residing in top-floor units, maintaining minimal social connections, and vanishing without notice after a brief stay. A neighbor from Edward's past residence described him as intense, fixated on the need for silence. A breakthrough came with the discovery of rural property owned by Edward, where a cabin harbored a trove of unsettling finds, photographs of apartment residents, blueprints of ventilation systems, and detailed journals chronicling observations and habitat maintenance. A corkboard displayed missing persons report 6 in total, all former residents of buildings Edward had inhabited. Cadaver dogs led investigators to freshly disturbed earth behind the cabin, revealing multiple graves. As forensic experts worked to identify the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's building. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, residents reported sporadic noises. During security system installations, maintenance workers stumbled upon a second notebook concealed at the ceiling wall juncture, an eerie message inscribed on the first page. "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The notebook mirrored the prior one, concluding with a sketch of Sarah's apartment layout featuring a red-marked passage and a date for that very night. Officers raced to evacuate Sarah but found her dwelling deserted. Her phone lay abandoned on the kitchen counter, the television droning softly. In the steam-fogged bathroom mirror, a message materialized, etched by a ghostly finger. "Look up. The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed." The search for Edward, revealed as Edward Mercer, a construction worker with a penchant for clandestine renovations, remains ongoing. Thermal scans detected no current occupancy within the walls of Sarah's building. Sarah Coleman's whereabouts remain unknown, her case linked to a string of disappearances across state lines. Detective Morris finds no solace in the unearthed graves or chilling journals. Instead, he is haunted by the image of Sarah, alone in her apartment, listening to the phantom footsteps above her. The footsteps that ceased when she tapped and answered back. At times, in the quiet of his own home, Detective Morris gazes upward, attuned to the silence, pondering who else might be listening in the darkness. Story 25: The Whispering Dollhouse. She never fancied venturing up there, but the storm's fury had forced her hand. The attic, a realm of forgotten whispers, was cloaked in layers of dust and wispy cobwebs. Amidst the shadows, nestled in the distant recesses, sat an ancient dollhouse. Its intricate details exuded an eerie charm, the miniature furniture arranged with meticulous care. Yet, as she peered into its tiny rooms, a knot of unease tightened in her gut. The figures within were not lifeless dolls, but tiny, hand-carved replicas of her own kin. Each miniature stood frozen in time, mirroring the exact positions of her family members downstairs, with one glaring exception. The figure intended to represent her own likeness stood by the attic's entrance. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse's roof, feeling the imprint where the miniature version of herself stood watch. A shiver coursed through her body, unrelated to the chilling draft whispering through the rafters. This dollhouse had no place here. This wasn't her childhood abode, but a temporary dwelling the family had recently inhabited. The unfolding of events began with Rebecca's frantic call to the authorities. Police officers arrived at the suburban abode to find the family in turmoil, gathered in the living room, unwilling to return to the upper floors. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their distress as a possible prank or a consequence of adjusting to a new environment. What gripped Detective Harmon was the meticulous craftsmanship of the dollhouse. Each tiny figurine captured minute details of the family members, the father's thinning hair, the son's favored hoodie, even the mother's delicate birthmark. The discovery of fingerprints on the dollhouse, unrelated to the family, marked a pivotal turn in the investigation. Further examination revealed microscopic cameras hidden within the figure's eyes, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. As the inquiry progressed, a disturbing pattern emerged. The positions of the miniature figures didn't merely mirror the family's current arrangements, but replicated their past movements, hinting at a prolonged period of observation. Detective Harmon remarked, "It was evident that we were dealing with more than a mere stalker. This was a manifestation of obsession seldom encountered in criminal psychology." The unraveling of the mystery led to the unearthing of a concealed entrance in the basement, camouflaged behind a false pantry wall. Within this clandestine chamber, investigators stumbled upon evidence suggesting a covert inhabitant had resided there long before the Morgans' arrival. Food remnants, discarded water bottles, and a disheveled sleeping area hinted at a prolonged, unseen presence. The absence of forced entry baffled the investigators. Property records unveiled that the house had been vacant for an extended period before the Morgans' tenancy. The previous proprietors, an elderly couple, had passed away within a short span, leaving their son in charge of the property's sale and subsequent rental. Interviews with neighbors provided scant insight, save for one elderly lady who sporadically observed lights flickering within the unoccupied house. A breakthrough emerged through digital scrutiny. Tracing the surveillance data to an external server, analysts pinpointed a small apartment across town. Inside, a trove of photographs capturing the Morgan family and prior occupants adorned the walls. Journal entries meticulously chronicled the daily routines of each resident. The most unnerving discovery was a workspace teeming with unfinished dollhouses, each representing a distinct household in the vicinity. The apartment's occupant was Martin Wells, the progeny of the former homeowners. Financial records indicated mounting debts following his parents' demise. Rather than relinquishing the property, he devised an intricate scheme, taking up clandestine residence within, unbeknownst to the tenants. The dollhouse served as his control hub, symbolizing his dominion over the property and its inhabitants. During interrogation, Wells maintained an unsettling composure, elucidating his motives. "They dwelt in my domain, slumbered in my parents' chamber. I needed to ensure they paid due reverence." When questioned about the miniature figure's placement, he cryptically remarked, "I wanted them to acknowledge my ceaseless vigil." A psychological evaluation uncovered a complex nexus of possessive delusions. Wells, unable to cope with the loss of his childhood home, contrived an elaborate facade to retain authority over it. The dollhouse epitomized his bid to possess both the property and its denizens. The Morgan family chose never to return to the house, haunted by the revelation that their lives had been scrutinized, manipulated, and reduced to mere playthings. Wells faced charges for stalking, invasion of privacy, illicit surveillance, and unlawful entry. The judicial proceedings prompted a reevaluation of real estate disclosure norms concerning property histories and agents' obligations to ensure thorough vacancy procedures. At sentencing, the judge denounced Wells for violating not only the Morgans' home, but their sanctity and independence. You didn't just breach their abode, you shattered their sense of security and self-rule. You bore witness to their most intimate moments, distorting them for your gratification. Criminologists found the case disconcerting due to the prolonged undetected surveillance Wells had conducted. Examination of his journals hinted at a pattern of surreptitious dwelling within homes for years, crafting miniature replicas of each family under his watchful eye. Although the Morgan family relocated far from the haunting abode, Rebecca confessed to enduring lingering apprehensions, instinctively checking nooks and crannies for signs of intrusion. She purged their new dwelling of all miniature trinkets, haunted by the nagging sense that unseen eyes might still be fixated upon her. The saga of the Whispering Dollhouse stands as a testament to the shadows that lurk within the seemingly ordinary, a reminder that not all eyes that watch are seen. Story 26. In the stillness of the night, a mysterious parcel arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope devoid of any return address. Within it lay a solitary brass key, weathered with the passage of time. The homeowner, Sarah Miller, gazed at the key, its presence sending a shiver of recognition down her spine, even though she couldn't place where she had seen it before. Attempting to unlock the secrets held within, Sarah tried the key in every lock she owned, but to no avail. None yielded to its touch. It was a key to nowhere in her world. Perplexed, she placed it on the coffee table, where the silence of the night was broken by a single hollow chime emanating from the old grandfather clock in the hallway, a clock that had long been silent, broken beyond repair. Puzzled and disturbed by this strange occurrence, Sarah reported the unsettling incident to the authorities. What seemed like a simple mishap soon unraveled into a chilling mystery that cast a shadow over the usually tranquil suburban neighborhood. The responding officer, initially dismissive of Sarah's concerns, took possession of the key, consigning it to a small evidence bag. Little did he know that this seemingly insignificant key would become the linchpin of a harrowing investigation. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition, found himself drawn into the web of intrigue woven by the brass key. As the key sat on his desk, its unassuming appearance belied the unease it evoked in him. Background checks on Sarah revealed a life devoid of any criminal taint, a retired teacher, a widow, a mother. Her innocence seemed unquestionable, yet the key's arrival hinted at a darker narrative lurking beneath the surface. Forensic analysis uncovered no fingerprints on the key except Sarah's own. The envelope yielded no clues save for a nondescript postmark from a regional distribution center. The key itself, a standard Schlage, bore the marks of age and wear, hinting at a past shrouded in mystery. A breakthrough came when Detective Harmon decided to delve deeper, running the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database. An old cold case emerged, its tendrils reaching back 7 years to a storage unit where horrors had been uncovered: blood-stained carpets, tools of cutting, and photographs of women unknown. The original investigation had hit a dead end, the perpetrator elusive. As Harmon delved into the case files, a chilling realization dawned: the key was a link to unspeakable crimes, a key to a past mired in darkness. Sarah, caught in the vortex of unfolding events, felt the tendrils of fear tighten around her. New locks and security systems were installed, but the question lingered like a specter: why had this key found its way to her? A breakthrough in DNA analysis led to a suspect: Harold Jenkins, a shadowy figure with ties to Sarah's past. A substitute teacher with a hidden past, Jenkins had left a trail of unanswered questions in his wake. The manhunt for Jenkins intensified, leading authorities to a cabin concealed in the woods, a chamber of horrors where keys with names engraved on tags hinted at unspeakable atrocities. The darkness within threatened to engulf all in its path. As the hunt for Jenkins unfolded, a community held its breath, gripped by fear and disbelief. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a moniker that echoed through the nation, a symbol of terror lurking in the shadows. The final showdown with Jenkins, a man consumed by his own malevolence, ended in tragedy. But the legacy he left behind: a journal detailing his crimes, a key identical to the one Sarah had received, spoke of a darkness that defied comprehension. The investigation uncovered 32 victims, their stories etched in pain and loss. Families found closure, yet the scars left behind would never fully heal. Sarah, forever changed by the brush with evil, could never return to the life she once knew. The grandfather clock, once a harbinger of mystery, now stood as a symbol of the darkness that had infiltrated her world. And in the silence of the night, the brass keys in the evidence locker whispered of lives cut short, of truths too terrible to fathom, a reminder that evil often wears a mask of normalcy. Story 27, the mysterious whispers of the old intercom system in the Victorian manor, stirred the curiosity of the new homeowners, Daniel and Meredith Parker. Nestled among ancient oak trees, the manor exuded an eerie charm, its history veiled beneath a modern facade. Late one night, the crackling intercom beckoned Daniel to press the button, unleashing a haunting whisper that sent shivers down his spine. His wife Meredith stood by his side, her voice soft as she denied ever uttering those words. The intercom, a relic from another era, held secrets long forgotten until a discovery behind a wall unveiled a chilling truth. A small leather-bound journal belonging to Alina, the previous owner, revealed her fears of harm from her husband, Vincent Blackwood. The final entry, dated 30 years ago, hinted at a grim fate. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor, sensing there was more to the story than a mere break-in. Daniel recounted the strange occurrences with the intercom, leading them to unearth the remains of Alina buried beneath the garden shed. Vincent Blackwood's calculated deception and chilling confession unraveled a tale of betrayal and murder. The courtroom echoed with the weight of justice as Vincent pleaded guilty, his calm demeanor sending chills down spines. The house, tainted by its dark history, witnessed a somber memorial for Alina before Daniel and Meredith bid farewell, unable to reside within its haunted walls any longer. As the intercom was dismantled by the next owners, whispers of static and echoes lingered, a haunting reminder of the past. Detective Reeves, reflecting on the case known as the House That Answered Back, drove past the manor, drawn by the whispers carried on the wind, a testament to Alina's enduring presence in the house's dark legacy.